Hello all, how are you? Greetings from Hack the Box. I cannot believe it has came this time. We are live at the headquarters. We are now starting the hacking workshops for Cyber Apocalypse. We are very excited and honored to have all of you here. We don't take it for granted, of course. Also, excuse my voice or my red nose or anything. It's just because where I'm located, it's spring and it's not the best for people with allergies. And I was trying so hard all this week in order, to prepare for the stream, like be calm, stay at home. I was working for the staff, so everything to be perfect for this. And okay, we are not perfect, but we will try our best. So, how is everything going? Let me watch on the comments. My Mozilla is not responding sometimes. It happens. Okay, I will try to fix it. Let me. I will try to do it better. I will try to fix it later. So, how are you all? I do not know. I'm very excited for this year's Cyber Apocalypse. We have prepared a lot of things in the matters of content, in matters of prizes, in matters of anything. And also for the purpose of this CTF this year, because every year it has a purpose and a storyline. We try to adjust it with the global developments and focus on helping everyone that is supporting a platform and see it. I see that we have also Jazz Pizzas here, that he's first on, that he's recently reached first in the battles in the main platform. Thank you very much, Poning. Thank you very much, Zymex. Everyone is here. Oh my God. Guys, thank you so much for the support. Okay. Not gonna cry, but okay. So let's get it started. The party hacking started today for all of you. We have prepared some amazing live hacking workshops, and I will sum it up. But of course, I will showcase it in the presentation. First of all, we will focus in web hacking. So at first, we will have two talks. One from Pink Dragonian. Let's give it up for him, that he created an amazing video for us with last year's challenges, and he's going to present what is his thought process, how he does it, whatever. So all these things. And after that, we have Zeyan from our training platform academy, that he and his team has created CBBH, Certified by Bounty Hunter. If you don't know what it is, for sure check it out. And what we have there, he will showcase not only how to hack, some one-on-one things, but also how to patch, this kind of things. Yes, and then we have a little bit of a break. After the break, in order, to get your notes down, everything, then we will be having the Kubernetes 101 workshops and plain text with privilege escalation in unreachable networks. He will demonstrate a little bit of a real-life network, how prolabs are. So actually, he created a mini prolab for you to see, and how he hacks it and pre-vesc in there. Then again, we have a small break, and we come back with the one and only CTF. He has created one of the best talks in the AMAs. Everyone loves him. He's one of my favorite colleagues as well. One of the favorite. And he has, again, he's also hacking past Cyber Apocalypse challenges, and he's going to help you with his tricks and tips for tomorrow. And what else we have? Yes, after, of course, we have Siemens, our diamond sponsor, who is going to showcase not only how it is their journey with Hack the Box within the company, how they use it, and also job openings that they have. So if you're interested about what they're doing about cybersecurity, make sure to tune in. And the best for last, the one that I believe everyone is anticipating for, we have an AMA with IPSEC. So What that means is that whatever question you may have about IPSEC, make sure to leave it in the survey, leave it in the chat during the stream. We have some questions that we asked you before to submit them. And after that, we will be answering not only those questions, but also the live questions. It is a long day ahead of us. That's why I added also the breaks. So chill. I'm now going to present some tips and tricks about the CTF. And yeah, I think it will be an amazing stream. And we have so many of you today here. We don't take it for granted. Thank you. I hope everyone is safe wherever you are. Everything is good as much as is possible in these difficult times with the recent global developments. Everyone is safe, everyone is healthy, which is the most important thing. And try each day to make it as much better as possible, because as someone told me today, you are by yourself owner of your own happiness. So try to be happy, try to involve yourself always. That's why I have also updated content for free. Community rules. And yeah, let's get it started with the CTF details. So let me see if we have any questions. Okay. I'm going to start. So, I think that is much better. So, cyber apocalypse tips and tricks. So, as you all know, this year we have the CTF. It's starting tomorrow, and yes, we did it over a weekend, just for you to have more time to play the challenges, familiarize, and give all your weekend there. We know it will max out most probably over the weekend, but make sure to play around through the entire CTF. So a little bit about me. You might know it, you might not. Where is IPSEC? He's coming soon. So about me, I am the Senior Manager for Community of Hack the Box. I joined in 2019. I studied, for anyone that doesn't know me, I was in a computer science school. I did a master's in information security. I was a pen tester before I came in Hack the Box. And what else? And then I started playing Hack the Box, and I was working as a moderator in the platform. And then Chap is like, Soti, we are doing the company, we are becoming officially a company. Do you want to join? I say, of course. And yeah, this is how I joined. And what I do besides of HTB, a lot of traveling, even with COVID. So yes, running, that's also because of my nickname. I'm a marathon runner, and a little bit of yoga. I am born a hiker. I will always be a hiker, and it is my solely passion, and I'm very honored to be representing this company here today. So this is me. So cyber apocalypse is the best CTF. I don't say it because we created it. I am saying it because it is. And why? So this year, we wanted to do things a little differently, more gamified, as you would say. So we have an amazing storyline. There is a super villain called Dragger that escaped from the maximum security prison and got with him the federal Intergalactic organization, and is trying to remove the whole human species from everywhere. But unfortunately, he cannot do that because there is a group of misfits that they have a lot of issues with him in the past, because in order to be a villain and be at the top, you have to do many bad things. But all these misfits, one by one, they have a past with Dragger. And how you will see all these things? Well, it's very easy. So each character, each misfit, as when you play a CTF, always, let's say a team, or ideally, they are divided per categories. Also, that's why what we did this year. Each character is representing the misfits, is representing the category, and also a member of the group. And what they will do is you will understand their story, and also you will watch their story and their personal issues and fight with Drager, and you will see how they will find him all together, but also one by one, and find answer to their personal stories. And yes, all that will happen and be revealed if you hack the challenges. So in order to understand what is happening at the end of the CTF, what is happening at the end for every of the characters, you need to hack. So yes, this year, and we're very happy for our team that designed this thing, the content for the mindset and the community, and of course for the designers that really put effort in this, to make it as gamified as possible. So this is the first thing. And of course we have Drager, the super villain. I have to say though something here. At the most movies, for some reason, I am always the villain. You can judge it whenever you want. Of course, I understand. But yeah, but not this time because I have another favorite character. So Drager is the super villain. Miyuki is the founder of the group. She is also an investigator and a detective, and she is mastering in forensics. And we have Ulysses Webb. He was in a very, very, very strict family that he was very controlled, but he had to break free, and he's a master at web. We have Bonnie, that he's an expert in porn. After being poor and be forced to be in the bad side of life, in the more legal life, he changed and he found Miyuki and became a part of his team. We have Klaus, that is on crypto. He's a cyborg that they deleted half of his memory, but some things never are deleted, right? As much as you can try to remove memory, there are some things that can never be removed. Like hacking skills. Even if you leave them for a month or more, at the end of the day, even in a month, even in a year, they stay. So also what we have Polly, the last of his species. He's a little bit, he looks like a raccoon. He looks almost like a person. It's a little bit different. And he's an expert in assembly. Virgil and Genius that try to use his intuition for technology in order to protect the people. And Ramona use the same technology in order to kill people. But all of them came together in order to fight Drager. So that's why we spammed you and we added also in the platform. So now it's the first time that while you're playing the challenges, you will not only see that is web, that is porn, that is forensics, and you will open, but also I can see also from behind Talin, the UI designer that created all these things. Developer UI, and that the front-end developer, that she imported all characters and the storylines. So when you're about to hack something, you can learn also the personal stories detailed. I think it will be very, very, very cool. So this is about the group of misfits is getting together. Just Pizzas is not playing tomorrow. Sad. Yes. She heard my comment, I think. Unfortunately, but it will be amazing. They are grouping together and it will be the most fun. And what else we have? Let's cut a little bit the details of the CTF. Dates is starting tomorrow and it's ending. We changed it. It's ending after popular demand. It's ending on Thursday instead of Friday. Why? Because we didn't even know that in CTF time it has to be a specific amount of days in order to get points. So we changed it. Therefore, it will be the CTF from Saturday till Thursday, and on Friday you will have the whole platform for you to create your app types, write-ups, create your videos, create everything. So you will have access to the content, but points is till Thursday. So make sure that you need. We have challenges, 50 plus challenges. I will explain more about the challenges and share a little bit in a few. The CTF, though, for anyone that is saying it is from easy to hard, very easy, some of them, to hard. So it is beginner to intermediate focus. That's why I want to gather all players around the world that are hacking enthusiasts to get into the CTF with this storyline and trying to play it and learn as much as possible. So I will reply all the questions at the end of the stream. So yes, and at the end, of course, you will have a certificate of attendance. It was a popular demand, and we started doing it at the last Cyber Apocalypse, and I think everyone loved it. So on the amazing certification that our graphic design team created, you will be able to have the rank that you have, the amount of content that you solved, the amount of points that you contributed, and also in which team you are, and the name of you. So you can add it on your LinkedIn profile, on your Twitter, on your CV, everywhere. So yes, this is pretty much the CTF. You have to score more than 200 points. That means to solve at least one challenge. And yeah, make sure to tune in Discord, because this is where all the announcements will be happening. But yeah, so let's speak about the challenges. We have 50 plus total challenges, and I have here some amazing sneak peek from the UI that they have. I think they're very, very, very beautiful, because everything, I think it's the first time maybe in a CTF that is happening, that everything that you will see in the front end of the website, it will be also inside of the challenges, and it will be also in the storyline. So it's amazing. Very easy to hard, web, crypto, reverse, forensic, pawn, miscellaneous, and hardware. So I have also something that we had last year and we will not do again per popular demand. All challenges will be released at once. So you will not, we will not add challenges after X hours or after X days. So all challenges will be released tomorrow, 1 p.m. UTC, so everyone can play and max out maybe as soon as possible, because the prizes are, we created something very nice this year. So this is the content. I think this is Moves Like Jagger is called, and this one is Genesis Wallet. These are from the web challenges. They are beautiful. Cheers to the team. I will say also their names after, if you want also to follow them on Twitter, that created them. So what we did this year, I don't know if you saw that, but we have a mindset as Hack the Box that whatever you do, it should have an impact in everything that we do, even if it's more salesy, even if it is, that was my ring, even if it's more salesy, even if it is more community, we always try to help people. So what we did this year is that we aligned with Doctors Without Borders, and we're donating $10K to them, because with everything that is happening in the world, there is, with COVID, with recent developments, there is a lot of poverty. So there are a lot of doctors that are needed in different parts of the world. So we tried to help as much as possible. So please try to make our efforts worth it. And also, if you want, you can always donate yourself, even if a dollar or a pound or something can always make a difference. So it's very important to not always think of our actions, but also think of our actions' impact. What we did last year, we donated to Code.org, and we said that for every flag, we will submit £1, and we did it, but we wanted to give even more this year. So we donated to Code.org, to Doctors Without Borders this year. So, all about support. All about support. So, please, any one of you that is playing the CTF, make sure to join our Discord. In order to be able to be pinged for things about Cyber Apocalypse, you just have to go to bot commands channel, and there type, as you see here, and it is also pinned in the channel, join CA, and you will have a specific role after that assigned to your username. And we will do all announcements, Cyber Apocalypse participant, through that. So if we change something in the flag, so if for some reason we had another challenge, if something is changing, Make sure to have, if you're playing the CTF, this role in order to be pinged. Then, for technical and platform issues, you can always go through the chat bubble, and the team is there for you, even through the weekend. Thank you very much, support team that is doing this for us. And if you have any issues with the hacking content, make sure to ping only the people with the purple color. These are the people that are supporting for the CTF. They are people from the community team and the hacking team, so they can help you as much as possible for the CTF. And yeah, just make sure to tune in Discord. If I have a tip for the CTF, it is make sure to join Discord. And don't ping all admins and moderators, because also they will be playing the CTF. So, about prizes. This year, okay, we went above and beyond. We give cash prizes to the first team with custom swag that our amazing team created. I should add a teaser here. I will try to link it after in the talk. Swag cards, CBBH, we give to the first team and to the second. We give annual VIPs plus subscription, and we give prizes to top 10 teams. So even if the top 3 are maxed out over the weekend, make sure that you play throughout the CTF, because you can always be from the 4th or to the 10th place. And yes, the prize is not almost, they cost altogether $20K, no, $20K, which is a lot. That's why we tried to make Cyber Apocalypse even better this year. It deserves, because of the content, right? If you go so big in the content, you need to go so big in the prizes as well. So let's give it up to the real superheroes of the CTF. Cheers to the content team that created 50 plus challenges for the CTF with a theme, and every challenge has a theme. So as you saw the challenge, every challenge is connected with the other in its category, and you will understand about the characters. What they did is crazy. Kudos to the designer that she created all this beautiful UI that you see, all these cool graphics, and I don't know, I have nothing to say. Of course, kudos to the infra team, everyone that participated to Cyber Apocalypse last year. I know you may have comments, you can always argue. Yes, you're perfectly right. We had 4 hours downtime. This year, we said, no, that will not happen. We fixed it at the business CTF that we have after. But also, we made sure to make our platform as polished as possible. So it's prepared for you. So kudos. So content, I will say also the names. Kudos to Makelaris, Rayhan, Wizard Alfredo, Wild Spirit, who else? Wizard Alfredo, Wild Spirit. I don't know who is. No, I know, but I don't remember now. But everyone in the content team. Amra, Wet Hands. I hope I mentioned everyone. Kudos to Daria and the rest of the design team that helped and did their best for the CTF to create the landing page, to create the swag, to create everything. Kudos to the infra team, Theseas, Yuri, Dakaja from the developers, Scar, that you developed the page that everyone is seeing. Kudos to Jimar, kudos to everyone. Kudos to Talim that she created all this beautiful UI, to Shiloh, help in order to involve this. So kudos, guys. And I think it's the first time that we give kudos, but we had to the speakers that they came with us today. You will hear all of that. You will hear for each one afterwards, and we will have also the talks. Each talk uploaded individually. So, and with the info of each speaker, so you can follow their Twitter, their Git, their YouTube channel afterwards. To be in touch with our hacking gurus, with the hacking SMEs. Kudos to the HTB mindset that is so open and allow us to have the budget and the time and the creativity to create these amazing things. And kudos, of course, to the community and marketing team. I added it as one because it was mostly the B2C team that created all this beautiful content, the concept, the polls on Instagram, the thought process on what we will develop. So kudos, first of all, to Panosum, kudos to Emma Sams, kudos to Rena, kudos to Vavu, kudos to Asuke, kudos to everyone. Guys, thank you very much for your support. And of course, to our manager, Dav. So thank you very much. That is the thank you. I ended. If it was too much, I hope I didn't bore you. I tried to be as thorough but fast at the same time. This is from Rick and Morty, my favorite cartoon, if you can say. So yes, that is from me. Let me start answering some of the questions. Give me 1 second. Perfect. I think I saw something. Yes, the CTF, as I said, is for beginners and to experienced hackers because we wanted to incorporate all, therefore the 50 challenges, therefore the so many days. So the experts, of course, they will climb to the top of the scoreboard. What I forgot, make sure to join the CTF also on CTF time because you will get also the points there. Make sure to go to CTF time, make sure to go to Discord and add the raw, and make sure that you have cleaned your program. Try to rest today, watch the talks, try to see some tips, like try to chill today, have clear mind, and let's come all of us tomorrow in order to hack. We will have a pizza party at the office, supporting the CTF and be with you at every step of your time. So yes, anyone cannot wait to start it. Thank you very much. Let me see any other questions. Emma, if you have something striking, if you want to send it to our private chat. The live stream, how long is it? It will last about 5 hours because each workshop is 30 minutes and we have some breaks. So it ends in 5 hours from now. And the AMA, I think it will be longer than expected because it's from IPSEC. FYI, guys, he never wanted to do an AMA, but he did it for Cyber Apocalypse and for this cause and for every one of you. And the talk that we have right after is with Pink Dragonian. Zymex, as I saw, unfortunately, he's not playing. And I'm unable to join the CTF. No, it has not changed the CTF. The CTF, it has not closed the registration. If you go to ctf.hackthebox.com, all you have to do is to log into the platform, press join CTF, and you're automatically in. You and your team. And about, if you're not familiar with Cyber Apocalypse and the CTFs, we have a step-by-step guide how you can spawn the dockers, submit the flags, what you have to do. Yes, the video will be uploaded. Zymex, maybe it was someone else that said. Sorry, I didn't want to say that you're not playing. Pizzas is not playing. Sorry, my mistake. So I think that is all. We can go to a small break. You will see enough of me for the rest of the day. So. Try to get all this information. Everything will be uploaded later on YouTube. And I wish you all the best. Congrats, guys. See you in a few minutes with live hacking workshop with last year's challenges from the one and only Pink Dragonian. Thank you. and it wasn't much of a break. So I don't know if he joined in the chat. He said he will try the talk. Thank you for the music. What I say to the whole CTF. Will anyone comment about the music? I picked it. It's more hip hop. I know we were more like more metal, more punk the other times. This year we change things. So, because it's more of a gang, our misfits. So, I do not see him in the comments. We have, there are few members in the community that share the same passion and the same vision and are as open as us in showcasing their skills and helping others. You know, the hacking used to be very close, not very open to other people, but we stirred things up, I think, with Hack the Box, and of course more other platforms then joined this path. But also many YouTube creators came. This is how I met Deepsec, and this is how I met Pink Dragonian. Pink Dragonian, I started watching his videos while I was in Hack the Box, and it was like a young talent. I think he messaged me that, hello, I do these videos, and I watched him like, okay, you are amazing. And we started the series with him. Now he is competing, that's why he cannot be live with us today. He's competing at the European Challenge and representing not to the worldwide challenge that Europe has their own group, America has their own group, Latin America has their own group, so Asia has their own group, Africa has their own group, New Zealand has their own, no, Australia has their own group, and they fight all with each other. It is with young talents. You can check it out, it's ICC. So yes, Pink Dragonian, because he's so young and he's so talented, he's playing there with us today, but we couldn't miss him from the talk. So here, he's solving some of the gems and most liked web challenges from past year. So if you wanted to see some live web hacking action, tune in for the talk of Pink Dragonian. I am adding it now to the stream.
I'm Pink Dragonian, and today we are going to be walking through 2 challenges of the Cyber Apocalypse CTF from last year to get you guys kind of excited for this year's edition, because it's going to be amazing once again. Thanks a lot, Hack the Box, for allowing me to do this talk. And well, let's get into it. Today we're going to be talking about web challenges. We're going to be talking about client side. We're going to be talking about server side exploits. We're going to be doing all of that fun stuff. But before that, you can see that I have a green box around me here. And that's not because we're going to be hacking the box, because don't hack me, but today we're going to be hacking outside of the box. This webpage. I know that was a pretty terrible pun, but yeah, we're going to be hacking this webpage here, The Galactic Times. And this is a pretty cool one. I mean, it looks like a newspaper for aliens. There is probably a bunch of very interesting stuff to read here, which we're not going to be doing, because we also got the source of this page as part of the challenge. Now I've just unzipped all of that and opened it up here in Sublime Text. That's the editor that I like to use for this kind of stuff. And immediately we have some JavaScript files here. We have an index.js file. That's probably the main one we want to look into. And this looks like a Node.js application. We can also see at the top here that it requires Fastify, and Fastify is a web framework for Node.js. So this is hosting a website. Now there's a bunch of code to look through here. There is a database, a bot, but the most interesting thing that I like to look at in the beginning is the roots, because that may show you some new endpoints that you didn't yet know about. So in the roots here, we can see, first of all, a endpoint slash. That's the root endpoint, and this will just show that main page that we saw earlier. However, the one below that is /alien. And this is interesting. Well, let's quickly try to visit that. So /alien. Oh, only localhost is allowed. Huh. All right, interesting. So we are not actually allowed to access that. Why is that? Well, we have the source code, so we can just see and figure out why that is. Well, it says if our request IP is not localhost, then it will return that 401 only localhost is allowed. But if that's not the case, then it's going to return views/alien.html. Now, luckily, we can look at alien.html. So let's look at what alien.html contains in the views folder here. And here we see alien.html. It contains, well, probably some alien language, but it also contains a fake flag in this case, but it is safe to assume that on the server, the real flag is placed there. So that's what we want to get. We want to achieve access to this /alien endpoint, but for that, we need to be local host. So we have an end goal of the challenge now. Now we can think about how we would be able to get there. The first thing that I can think of is that Fastify might have some kind of issue here. It might run in an outdated version that allows us to spoof our IP address through any means. So we may be able to spoof our IP address through X-forwarded 4 headers or whatnot. So that's way one that I can think of the top of my head. Secondly, there might be an SSRF, so a server-side request forgery, and that might allow us to control requests that the server makes, and that way request the alien endpoint and get the output. Or thirdly, and this is a client-side exploit, there may be a user running on this server, and that user may be looking at some pages. So if we have a way of injecting JavaScript, so through an XSS, into that user's browser, then we can obviously execute JavaScript, make that visit the alien page, and then get the flag. So those are the 3 ways that I keep in the back of my mind that I can immediately think of, well, that is how we could get this data. But we obviously need more information, so let's keep on looking through these endpoints. The next one we see here is feedback, and that's also just going to return a page. So let's take a look at the feedback endpoint. So feedback, and here we see that we are allowed to enter some feedback. So I can enter test and submit it, and then it says the Galactic Federation has processed your feedback. Okay, so that's an interesting one. We also see a post request to /API/submit is possible. That's obviously also very interesting because this is going to do a bunch of stuff, as we can see here. And we can also see that it starts with feedback. So this is probably what happens if you press that button to send your feedback. So we see that an object feedback is created from our request.body, and then the feedback is added to the database. Okay, we could trace that obviously because this is database access, and we could check in the source code if there is an SQLi injection and all of that. I'll always check all of those things, but in this case, for the length of this video, we're not going to be doing that. We're going to be assuming that this is secured. Then we have if that database add feedback works, then we're going to be doing something. Well, what are we going to be doing? The bot is then going to purge data from the database. That is interesting. What is this bot? Well, this bot comes from bot.js here. And bot.js starts with including or requiring Puppeteer. And then it's going to set some browser options here. And then at the bottom, we have the purge data function. What is that going to do? Well, it's going to launch a new browser. So it's going to open up a headless browser, so a Chrome browser most likely. And it's going to, in that browser, create a new page. And it's going to go to the localhost, that's interesting. And /list. So it's going to get the /list endpoint on localhost. It's going to wait until everything is loaded, and then it's going to close the browser once again. That is very interesting. After that, it's going to do a database.migrate, which is pretty much just going to empty the database once again. I have commented this out for local reasons so that I can run all of this locally, but we'll get to that in a bit. Okay, but this is very interesting. We have a way where the local host is checking the list page out. That's very, very interesting because this shows that there is a user checking the local host, checking a page on there. So our third hypothesis, that's a hard word, that said that an XSS could be possible here might be true because, well, we have a user checking on the local host. Now, if we have a way of injecting an XSS payload into this list page, well, then we can trick that user into visiting it and in executing our XSS. Cool. What is that list endpoint? Is that a part here? Well, yes, here we see the get endpoint /list. I'm going to scroll down a bit more. And we see once again that we need to be on the local host in order to get access to that list. But once we are the local host, then it is going to get feedback from the database, and if there is feedback, it's gonna reply with list.pug, and our feedback is gonna be put into list.pug. Now, pug is a way of templating, so it's just probably gonna take our feedback and show that in the list, but we can obviously check that out here. And here we see the pug page, and we see that it's going to do a for loop. For every piece of feedback, it is going to create a table row and put our feedback directly onto the page. Now that is very interesting because this is showing our feedback, our user input, and it's not being sanitized anywhere. It's directly showing it to the victim. So we can do something very, very simple. We can just insert a script tag with an alert, and I mean, that should work, right? Let's submit that. But there's one issue with that. We don't have a way of checking that list ourselves. We cannot verify that this access has triggered, and that's a bummer. So what are we gonna do? Well, let's just run all of this locally because we have all of the code to do it. So I am gonna go into my terminal and I'm just gonna run node index.js, and hopefully that works. And as we can see, that works. Obviously, I've done some setup. I've installed all of the required modules and all that, but that should be fine. Now I can go to my local host. Does it say where it hosts it? Yes, on HTTP and on port 1337. And now here I should be able to go to the list, and it shows because we are on the local host. So it shows the list here, and then I can also open up the feedback here. And that should show the feedback page. Yes, there we go. So now I can post some feedback, test, and if I reload here, you can see our feedback on the page, which is great, which is what we want. Now, how are we going to go about hacking this? Well, let's first of all try out our script again. So a script tag with an alert, and let's find out why that works or why that doesn't work. So I'm going to submit this, and I'm going to reload the list here. And we can see that it shows a new element, okay? But there is nothing here, there's no pop-up happening. What is going on? Well, I'm gonna inspect element here and I'm gonna check out the console. And in the console, we see an error. The content security policy. The page's settings block the loading of a resource at inline. And this is happening in the list. So this is probably an issue. Okay, content security policy. What in the world is that? Well, let's go in the source code and let's see where that is defined, and that is in our index.js file. In our index.js file, it's registering a new content security policy here, and it has certain directives, such as a style source, a font source, an image source, and all of that. What is a content security policy? It's a security measure against XSSs and a bunch of other vulnerabilities that define what kind of content is allowed to be loaded onto the page. So for example, for fonts, what is the allowed source for a font? Well, a font can come from self, so that's the own web page. So on a different endpoint on the own web page, that's allowed. Or fonts are allowed to come from fonts.gstatic.com. But any font, if the browser tries to load a font from any other page, it's going to say, nope, not allowed. The CSP is blocking that. And that is what a CSP is. Now there are obviously some other things here. For example, for the style source, there is an unsafe inline here. For the script source, there's an unsafe eval here. This already says unsafe in the name, so that could be interesting, but I don't know. How do we see how secure this CSP is? Because the CSP, Content Security Policy, it is created to secure things, but if misconfigured, it can still cause some issues to slip through the net and some vulnerabilities can still be exploitable. So let's take a look at the CSP in action on our web page. So if I go into the network tab here and I check out a request, then we should see it in the headers being passed. And here we have it. I'm just going to copy that. And now I'm going to go to Google's CSP evaluator. And this is pretty much just a web interface that's going to check a CSP for us. And then it's going to say, tell us how secure the CSP is. Now looking at this, we can see there is a script source that is showing that there is an issue. Okay, well, what is the issue here? Okay, the high severity finding is here and it says cdnjs.cloudflare.com is known to host Angular libraries which allow to bypass this CSP. Okay, what does that mean? Back to the CSP. The script source says that scripts from self are allowed, unsafe eval is allowed, whatever that means. And then here, any scripts from this website are allowed to be executed on the page. But Google is telling us, well, this website hosts some Angular libraries that contain a CSP bypass, so that might be vulnerable. Okay, what is this cdnsjs.cloudflare? Well, that's just a website, and it says it's an ultra-fast, reliable, globally available content delivery network for open source libraries. Interesting. It just hosts open source libraries such as AngularJS and all that. Now you can do a bunch of Googling here on how to bypass this, and I came across this quick page, bypass of CSP, and here it says bypass of whitelist, and in this case it contains one exactly for cdnjs.cloudflare.com, and it contains one for a certain AngularJS library here that is vulnerable. So this is a very old version, as you can see from the version listing. There's a bunch more versions already. This is an old AngularJS version. I don't even think AngularJS is fully supported anymore. So that is quite dangerous because this might contain some vulnerabilities. We can even see it says it contains 3 vulnerabilities there. So what this is going to do, this is, well, going to load that script, and that is allowed by the CSP. We're allowed to load that script. Then it's going to create a new ng app, and it's going to do this eval.constructor alert XSS. Well, whatever, this is some kind of exploit that already exists. If we had more time, we could go into it more. But for now, let's just try to see if this executes on our local page. So I'm going to paste this in here and submit this as feedback, and then reload the list. And if all is well, then we should see indeed we get our alert pop up. That is really cool. So this is a way that we can get XSS. We have bypassed this CSP, the content security policy. All that's left to do for us is to get the flag out of the alien page. Now, what do we need to do for that? Well, we need to create an XSS payload that is going to request that alien page, this one here. It's going to request this alien page. If it requests that, it's going to look for this string CHTB. It's going to look for that, grab that out, grab the value out, and then it's going to send a new request to an endpoint we own with that specific flag. Now, I'm not going to bore you guys with the exact implementation of this or how it was written. But I'm just going to show you guys a setup, and this is just JavaScript that we're building here, so you guys should be able to work it out. But here I have a Python 3 HTTP server running on my port 80. That's fine. But then I have ngrok running here, and I run ngrok by doing ngrok http 80. And what this is going to do, this is just going to forward my local server that I'm hosting here. It's going to forward it to this specific address so that it's accessible from the internet, because this is not accessible from the internet. Now we can copy this address here. I'm quickly going to paste that into my payload, and I'm just going to paste this payload here in my feedback field. Okay, so this payload is going to do a bunch of stuff. I'll quickly show it in Sublime Text. So a new file here. This payload is going to load another library prototype, Angular.js. Then it's going to do the same, create the same diff ng app, and then here we have our whole ID here. It's going to fetch alien. This should just be alien. So fetch slash alien. If that works, then we're going to create a response and so on. And then it's going to send that through to document.location by setting that to my IP. Oh, okay. This is just some way of exploiting XSS. You can do that in various different ways. This is definitely not the only one. So you can find tutorials for how to request data and send data and all of that. So let's try this out on our local host. I'm going to copy all of this. I'm going to paste this in here. I'm going to submit that. And now I'm going to go and reload this. Okay, we see that we have gotten redirected to our ngrok page. And we also see that the flag or fake flag for testing obviously is included here. That is what the victim, in this case that automated bot, will see, or what will happen to that bot if it visits that listing page. Now we can also see on our own server that at the bottom here it saw those GET requests, so it saw that GET request, and it also showed the flag because it shows the GET parameters here. So that's cool, that's all working locally. Now the final thing is just to get this to work on the remote, so let's try that out. So on the remote, as feedback, I just have to paste in that script once again and send that. And now all we can do is pray that this is going to work, because there's nothing we can check anymore. But if we check back here, we see that, and let me make this a bit bigger, very big, because this is really exciting, because we see that a GET request to our slash endpoint with GET parameter flag was made, and the flag is C Agdebox, the whitelisted CND strikes back. And that is how we solved this challenge. So I'm gonna submit this flag, and as we can see, that should be correct. Yes, that is correct. But in this challenge, we walked through a bunch of things. We saw a web challenge where we first of all identified what we wanted to do. We wanted to get that flag, obviously. We saw that we couldn't access that page, and we needed some way to access the local host. So we kind of brainstormed what are our IDs, what could we potentially find that could allow us to get there. And eventually we saw that through a CSP bypass, we could get an XSS on their local host, on a bot running there, and we could coerce that bot into making a malicious request and giving us the data back that we need. And that is how we solved this first challenge through a client-side exploit. Now I'm gonna get into the second challenge of today, and that is Blitzpop. Now, sadly, we are running out of time, so I cannot go into everything in a lot of depth anymore, but let's go through this. So we have this page where we are asked what our favorite song is, and then at the bottom here, we can input some text, and I can submit that text. But it says at the bottom, please provide us with the name of an existing song. Okay, that's fine. I don't know what's going on here, but luckily, again, we get the source code and we can look at the source code. And our source code, again, has an index.js. This is, again, a Node application, this time using Express. So again, it's just a web framework. Once more, we want to look at the roots first to see what is going on here. And in the roots, we see an API/submit. And it seems that we can submit a song that's going to get unflattened and then compiled into Pug. Okay, a bunch of stuff going on here. First things first, I have no idea what unflatten is. It comes from flat, and flat is, I guess, a package. Here we see that's a package. Version 5.0.0 is here. Let's do some research. What is this flat stuff all about? So what I googled is unflatten flat 5.0.0 CVE. And immediately I find this page here. And this page talks about vulnerabilities. And right here it says there is a prototype pollution here. Let's take a look at the POC, the POC, and we see that if we unflatten something, so in this case, I guess there should be underscores here, __proto___ dot polluted is true. So now if we were to console log polluted, then that's going to be true as well. Whereas if we hadn't changed that prototype, then it would be false. Now, if you've never heard about prototype pollution, definitely do some more research here. It's a pretty cool concept in JavaScript, where every object has a prototype. And if, for example, you're trying to request a value on an object that doesn't exist on that specific object, it's going to check in the prototype of that object to see if it's there. And that's where prototype pollution comes from. But okay, we have a prototype pollution there. What else is going on here? Well, if we check it out here, our song that we can apparently pollute is only being used in this if statement, and it's saying, okay, if the name includes this, then it's going to do a pug compile. And else is going to say, please provide us with the name of an existing song. Okay, let's first of all see if we can make the name include that. So I have this burp session open here, and I can just paste it in to the post request. So the song.name is going to be not polluting with the boys. And then if we send that across, we see that, well, we get hello guest, thank you for letting us know. Okay, well, that's cool. This pug compile, what is pug? Well, pug is a templating engine, so it's gonna take this template here, where this is the field it's going to fill in. And it's then going to fill it in with the user object, which just contains guest here. That's all. But we have a prototype pollution, and well, Pug is most likely going to request some values here on this. So maybe there has been some research into what a prototype pollution could mean when Pug is being used. So let's do a Google for that as well. And if we do so, we find that there is this block on AST injection. Now, sadly, I don't have the time to go into AST injections a lot. AST is a really cool concept, so abstract syntax tree. It's the idea where obviously your source code is not interpretable and executable, so it's going to go through a lexer, then through a parser, and then through a compiler, and then finally being executed. And that whole concept is really, really cool. But when prototypes come in there, we see that it can mess stuff up and lead to command execution. And this whole blog post is amazing. Definitely check this out. If you just Google AST injection, you will find it, because this goes through all of the technical steps you need to know. But at the bottom here, it talks about Pug. It goes through an entire in-depth showing of why this prototype pollution will work. It has to do with the object.prototype of block, and here is the code and whatnot. Really great read, amazing stuff. Definitely read this. But at the bottom here, it also has an exploit for us. This is in Python. I want to do this in Burp, so I'm just going to copy the JSON here and get that into Burp. So, okay, filling that in here. All right, we can see all of that here. We can see that it's going to set the prototype of that block, like we also just saw. It's going to set the type to text. That's probably something specific to Pug in that case. And then it's going to do a prototype process.main module.require child process and then execute sync. And in this case, it's going to do a bash execution. I'm going to leave that out for now, and I want to go and do a netcat. So my netcat will have an IP, a port, and then -e bin/sh. That's what I want to do. Now I just need a outward facing, a public IP and port for netcat to connect to. So again, I am going to use netcat on my localhost again, as well with LNVP. I'm going to use port 555. And then here I'm going to do an ngrok once again, but this time a TCP ngrok hosting my port 555 to here 6.tcp.eu.ngrok.io and then 10704. So let's get that in here. So the IP address and then as port 10704. Was that correct? No, because 10 is not just a 1. Okay, there we go. That should work. Now if I send this request, then we can see here that we receive a connection. And this connection, if we do an ls, we see that we get output. So we have a shell here. It's an ugly shell. You can probably upgrade this to a TTY and all that. But we see that the flag file exists here. So I can just cat that flag file, and that gives us the flag pollute with style. Let's copy that flag and paste that into the platform just to triple check that it is actually a correct flag. But obviously that is going to work. And that is the Blitzpop challenge. The whole goal of this challenge is obviously to get you to read up about AST injections. What are they? Why do they work? And they're a very complex topic. If you are going to do some more research on this, I would definitely suggest starting out with prototype pollution, checking out why that works, what prototypes are, and then this is all going to make much more sense. But that has been it for me. Today we walked through two challenges, a client-side exploit and a server-side exploit. We discovered some new parts of the world of web, and as you can see, it is pretty big. There is a lot of stuff to learn about here. This AST injection article, for example, is from 2020, and before that I don't think this was something well known or really discovered. So there is new stuff coming out in this field every single day, so you need to keep yourself educated, and CTFs like this one from Hack the Box are a great way to do so. Now, if you want to learn more about anything cyber related, then come check out my channel. I currently have a series running where we go through binary exploitation from the very basics, hopefully soon, right up to expert level binary exploitation. Let's see if we get there, but definitely come check that out if you're interested. But for now, that has been me. I'm Pink Draconian, and I just showed you 2 challenges, and I hope you enjoyed them.
And that was Pink Dragonian. I think it was pretty much amazing to everyone. Thank you very much. I find it, I didn't even, I don't think I have ever exploited AST. So it was very nice for me to watch it. And for sure, I will try also to play these challenges because I have the privilege to work in the boxing. Yeah, and I can test them whenever. So thank you very, very much for your time. Thank you very much also for being in the chat to reply all questions and be with us today in every way you could. And now it's time for our second talk. We're very happy again and honored that we have with us Zayad. Zayad, he is training developer for Hack the Box Academy. He was a pen tester for years, red team for years. He is also a very kind and honest person. He does amazing live hacking demos. We love that we had him at, I think it was the CTF stream, and we had amazing feedback. So that's why we brought him back again. He also really is now with his team, CBBH. And yeah, let's do some web hacking with Zayad. I'm going to add him in the stream. Hello, Zayad. How are you? We cannot hear you. You're perfect.
Yeah. Hey, Zataria. Hey, everyone.
So, how do you feel that you are with us today in the stream? Cyber Apocalypse 2 is coming.
Yeah, very glad. Last time, like you said, we had some good opportunity to show some modules, and hopefully this time we can show some awesome stuff as well.
Perfect. Whenever you want, you can start adding your screen in the stream so I can add it. And yeah, how is everything going with CBBH? How do you feel?
Oh, it's amazing, actually. Let me just share my screen. Yep, there you go. Yeah, we're having a really good feedback, like you said, and everybody who's doing the bug bounty hunter path and doing the exam is giving us amazing feedback. And we usually, take user feedback from whether it's on Discord or an email and everything, and try to, improve our modules, improve the entire path. So it's constantly improving. So it's been very good times.
And I see that now someone commented that now he is or she is solving your command injection module. Perfect. As we speak, you can watch Zayad and you can solve Zayad. Very nice. Zayad, do you want to say a little bit about yourself?
Yeah. So my name is Ziad Al-Madani. Can you see my screen or not yet?
Yeah. I can see it perfectly.
All right. So my name is Ziad Al-Madani. I'm from a small and lovely country called Bahrain. I work, as Sutia just mentioned, I work as a training content developer at Hack the Box Academy. And I usually focus on modules about web pen testing, secure coding, white box pen testing, but also sometimes on binary exploitation. So if you see all of these topics, the thing they have in common is development and secure coding, which is something I prefer and like, which is why I also like to do development side projects on the weekends for developing mobile applications, web applications, backend, and so on, which is, I think, something that is really insightful when you have the security mindset and you also work on development projects. You develop this security mindset for secure coding. And I advise everyone who really wants to get into secure coding to try to learn both areas, security and development. So whenever you're ready, we can get into the main topic. Shall we?
Yes,
right. So let's start. So today we'll be talking about web.
Oh, we have a little small delay. I was streaming already your presentation, so you can go.
Oh, excellent. Fine. So today we're going to be talking about web application privilege escalation. We're going to be doing a demo from the web attacks module, which is part of the bug bounty hunter path. The term privilege escalation is usually associated with operating systems. When we do CTFs, we usually try to get a foothold. We call it gain user, and then we try to escalate our privileges and gain root on Linux, or gain admin user on Windows. But the term privilege escalation is not actually unique to operating systems, but it can be found in any application that has user access control. So operating systems, web applications, DBAs, thick clients, any application that has users and those users have privileges and rights, then there's potentiality for privilege escalation vulnerabilities. If we want to understand privilege escalation, we have to understand the difference between authentication and authorization. Authentication is verifying who you are. Let's take Instagram as an example. When you try to log in into your account, it needs to authenticate you. And it does so using stuff like credentials, username and password, OTP, one-time code, and two-factor authentication, and so on, to ensure that you are the owner of this account. So once you are authenticated, then you can start using this account. So this is authentication. There are obviously vulnerabilities and flaws in this area, like authentication bypass and so on. But the area we want to focus on today is authorization. Authorization is verifying your permissions. So like I said, with any application that has user access control, the authorization part is verifying that you have permissions to do whatever action you want to do. Let's take Instagram once again. You want to preview like a private profile, for example. The authorization part is checking, do you follow this account? Do you have access for this account if it's private? If you do, then you are authorized to view their images and profile and so on. If you don't, then you are not authorized to do so. If you are not authorized to do so, but you are able to anyway, then there is an issue of access control, user access control, which is the topic that covers privilege escalation in today's talk. So now, with this distinction clear, we can move into our first demo, which is an IDOR. I'm gonna be using Burp. Last time I used the DevTools in the browser. This time, let's use Burp, so we can show both tools. And we have this exercise, which is part of the web attacks module in the IDOR section. And once we visit this web application, we see that we can see different documents, and we can also see our contracts and so on. So these are private files, and we can see them and download them. We also have the ability to edit our profile. When we click the edit profile button, we see that we have our let me just zoom out a little bit. Yep. We can see our profile details. We can also change our profile details. Let's say test about me, whatever, and update it, and we see that it does get updated. So this is something very common that we see in so many web applications. And these stuff are usually in modern web applications, they are usually handled through APIs. So you're not usually directly talking to the database. No, you're usually talking through an API. If we go to Burp and we check our history, we see that whenever we visit the page, we get a GET request to this API. It says profile, API.php, and profile, and then this appears to be our UID. If we repeat this request, send it to repeater and send it again, we see that we indeed do get our user details. We get our UID, our UUID, our role, what's our role, our full name, and so on, which is the data that was shown here. Some of it at least is shown here. Other parts are probably used for configuration and so on. Now, the thing we should ask ourselves is, am I authorized to read this? I am obviously authorized to read my own profile details, right? But what if I change this to another user UID? Let's change it to user number 2, click send, and we see that we do get this information. In some APIs, this may be okay. Let's take Instagram once again as an example. If you are trying to view some private profile, some of the information is public, like their profile image, their profile header, probably their username or their name, and so on. These things could be publicly available, and anybody can see them. Even if the profile is private, when you go to the profile, you would see this information. So it's fine to find this information. This is not a vulnerability. It's intended to be publicly available. But in this case, we see some stuff that may not be private, like the email. It's very dangerous to disclose everybody's email. I can just change the UID and view their email. I can view their UUID and their role. which is also, as we will see, some private information. And this is what is called an IDOR vulnerability. Being able to read something that we are not intended to read and we should not be authorized to read. But the backend API allows us to do so anyway. We can change the profile to another user and we see that we also get different information and we do get their details. So this is one vulnerability. Let's keep it on our bag and perhaps we can get to it later. On its own, we can view everybody's email, perhaps send spam, view their private details. This is called information disclosure. So it is quite bad. But let's keep it in the bag and see if we can turn it into something more serious. The second part we want to talk about is, am I authorized to write this? What do we mean by this? When I updated my profile earlier, like I said, let's update it again, and we see that it gets updated. If we go to the proxy again, we see that it sends a put request. A put request with our details. We see it's our UID, UUID, role, and everything that we specified gets sent. And we get one confirmation that this has in fact been updated. To be able to know more about these requests, put, get, post, and so on, we must understand the CRUD API. This is mentioned in our very first module in the Bug Bounty Hunter path, which is the web requests module, and we discuss the CRUD operation. Basically, it's a create, read, update, and delete API. You are able to do these 4 actions through interacting with the API using different HTTP requests. If you want to get the data, you use the, or read the data, you use the get HTTP request. If you want to create a new user or a new entry in the API, you have to use the post HTTP request. If you want to update our profile, which is what we are doing here, we use the put request. And obviously, if you want to delete something, we use the delete request. So let's try to test the same thing that we just tested, but with the put request, and see whether we are able to update other users' details as we just did. Before we start testing this, let's think of what this can allow us to do if we are able to successfully edit other users' details. The first thing we may want to do is to obviously change our role. We want to become admin. Our role currently says, where is it? It says employee. We obviously want to be admin and escalate our privileges. This is one thing we can do. We can create and delete arbitrary users. Obviously, if this is a real production application and we have this ability and this vulnerability, then we can create any user arbitrarily and we can delete any user, which is a huge vulnerability. We can also change our UID. Perhaps if none of these work, we can change our UID to an admin UID, let's say UID 0, and we would get their privileges in this way. And finally, we can change another user's details. If none of those work, we can change another user's details, change their like about me section, perhaps put some XSS payloads, and whenever they view their own profile or anybody views their own profile, this XSS payload may get executed and we would be able to steal their hashes and so on, which is something we discussed in the cross-site scripting module. So let's try this. First of all, we want to change our role. Now we have this request. We sent it to repeater once again. Let's say we want to change it to admin. Let's see if it works. We hit send, and it says invalid role. Unfortunately, this role does not work. Perhaps we can just fuzz it and try administrator. Let's see. Doesn't work, alas. So this may not be enough. One thing we can do is try a word list with huge list of potential roles and run an application like FUF or GoBuster or even Burp Intruder until we catch a role. But this will not always work. Sometimes they use a specific word for the roles. All right, let's try the other one. Create and delete arbitrary users. So we said to create a user, let's send this to repeater again, we have to use the post request. Let's just change it to post. And see, now we have post. We obviously don't want to create user number 1 because this is our user and it exists. So let's try to create user number 100. Let's put this one here and we'll just give it the same details. Send. Let's just change the UID. Send. And we can now check if this has been created or not. let's go back to this, put user number 100, and nothing. So apparently it was not created. We did not get any error message or something. Let's try to change it to another user. Send, see what happens. Invalid role. Okay, perhaps that was the issue. Let's just say employee. Oh, now we get an error message. It says creating new employees is for admins only. We tried to gain admin access, but we failed. So the second thing also failed. What this is teaching us is sometimes a single vulnerability may not work, but if we, as we will see now, if we have multiple vulnerabilities, we may be able to put them together and chain them together and reach something that we can use. Okay, let's try the third thing, change our UID. Let's guess that. Let's just put this back to employee so it doesn't cause any issues. It says invalid role. Let's change our UID to user number 0. Perhaps user number 0 is usually admin. Usually, of course, not always, but let's just try. Oh, and it says UID mismatch. Okay, apparently it is testing this UID with whatever we put here. So what if we put 0 on both? Obviously, we are no longer changing our own because we are number 1 and now we are changing 0. But this is the last thing that we wanted to try anyway, which is change another user's details. Perhaps this is an admin with UID 0. Let's change their details. Let's change their role from admin to employees, so no one is that. And change, we don't get anything. Did it change or not? Perhaps user number 0 does not exist. Let's try user number 2. And it says UUID mismatch. So we are not able to also change their UID or any other details. Why? Because apparently it is checking this UUID, which is acting as an authentication token against our UID. And if they somehow do not match in their backend database, it will not allow us to. So this UID is acting as a security token. If we don't know it, we will not be able to change other users' details. So we tried 4 different things and none of them worked. This is the basic single vulnerability approach, trying just to change the data without having any other type of vulnerability. However, like I said earlier, we can chain multiple vulnerabilities. So let's try to do that. The other vulnerability that we found was the information disclosure vulnerability. And with that, we can view other users' details. Let's say user number 2. We saw earlier that we can view their details, but most importantly, we can view their UUID. So now we have the UUID of user number 2. Let's try to use this UUID and this request and see if we are able to change their details. Pay attention that their email is now Franklin, and this is their about information. So what if we send this request now? Now we get 1, which is the confirmation that we got earlier. Let's try to refresh the details. And indeed, we have been able to update their information. Earlier, we got UUID mismatch. But because we have this other vulnerability, which is the ID or information disclosure vulnerability, we were able to find this missing piece, the UUID, and change their details. This is a nice vulnerability, but we have still not escalated our privileges. Well, technically, we are able to do something that we are not authorized to do so. So this is somewhat escalating our privileges, but we are still not an admin user. So let's see what we can do about that. So earlier, when we wanted to create a new user, we needed to be admin. And when we wanted to change our own details, try that once again. Change it back to 1 and 1, which is our own user. So we obviously can, but when we tried admin, we got invalid role. So what is the missing piece in this case? The missing piece is the role. We need a valid role, a valid admin role, so we can use it. So what we can do is get the information of all users from, let's say, from 1 to 10, and see if any of them has a valid admin role. And if we do find an admin role, then we can use the admin role to update our own role. And if we don't, then perhaps we can try to fuzz for a valid admin. So let's send this to repeater, or to intruder rather, and try to fuzz. Let's clear this default thing and just add it on the UID part. For the payload, let's try, perhaps you can try numbers, sequential, yeah, let's say from 1 to 10, step is 1, so 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on, and now we can start our attack. We can see it going, and if we investigate, if we just take a look at the responses, we can see that we are indeed getting different users. We go through all of them, and user number 10 has the role of staff admin. So we got all users' emails, which is good for like spam and whatnot. But the most important thing that we were missing is an admin role, and now we have it. So we can just copy it and just discard this for now and try to use it. Where is it? Repeater. Yep. Try to use it as our own role. Staff admin, and we get 1. So apparently we have been able to successfully change our role. If we refresh our page, we see that everything works fine. Let's try to get our own details to see if it did actually change on the back end. Where is it? And yes, we have staff admin. So apparently now our role is admin. If we go to our latest cookie, we just visited our page, right? If we go to our latest request, we see that the request now says staff admin in the cookie. Now, as a disclosure, cookies usually are not obviously in clear text. They are usually encrypted or obfuscated. In this case, we are only keeping it in clear text just to demonstrate that our privileges have actually changed. And in reality, we don't care what the cookie is, because whatever privileges we have are stored in the backend. So even if we are able, whenever we are able to change our actual role in our API in the backend, then whatever cookie we will get will be of that role. So we change it to staff admin, we will get a cookie for staff admin. Here we are just keeping it in clear text to show that we have actually been able to change our own user. Now, let's try the last thing. We have been able earlier to modify other users' details. So let's try to create a new user, something which we earlier have not been able to do. Let's copy this information, paste it here, change the request type to post, and we have to change this to 50 as well to match the UID. Moment of truth, we get 0. So did we create this user or not? Let's see. And we have successfully created a new user, something that we have not been able to do earlier. Let's try something like 51. Let's just change the UID to whatever. Okay, we are able to change users. So in the backend, we have actually changed our privileges and we have escalated our privileges. If we try it, we see that we have been able to create multiple users. The UID apparently did not become test because it is being automatically generated on the backend. So it can, store it and then compare it to UID as we have seen earlier. So this has been a basic example of how we can escalate our privileges within web applications using API vulnerabilities. We have seen how we can find IDOR vulnerabilities and then use it for information disclosure. Then we have seen how we can use the put and post requests to find other types of vulnerabilities in this API. And then we have been able to chain two vulnerabilities together to be able to find other types of vulnerabilities and escalate our privileges to admin. Now, this is a very basic example, but in reality, this is something that is very common. In some cases, it is even as simple as this, as simple as directly interacting with the API. Very recently, I think this week, Instagram has patched a vulnerability where someone was able to directly interact with their APIs and was able to change the cover photo of any reel, which is a post in Instagram. So imagine you are able to change the cover image of any Instagram photo to whatever you want, even if it's not your own post. So this is a huge vulnerability, but it is the same type that we have talked about today. And they were awarded $50,000 as a bug bounty, which is why we are doing all of that stuff in bug bounty. I hope you can go through the web attacks module to get more information about these types of attacks, and then try the skills assessment, which has a more realistic example, something that is more similar to what you will find in real bug bounty programs. So this has been my talk, and I hope everybody had a good time and learned something useful. And now I turn it back to you, Satoria. I think you are muted. Let me just.
Oh my God, yes, I was muted. So, yes, thank you very much for your talk. It was very intuitive, and we have also the same feedback from what it is from the chat. Many people are saying that they loved your talk and it was very intuitive and they really, really liked it. And we have some questions, not only about web, but also CBBH. I'm going to start replying. Let me see, let me pick. Oh, let me mute also Slack. I give the tips, but they don't follow them. Is this BPH for web developers?
Yeah, absolutely. As I talked at the very beginning of my talk, I said, personally, I like to do, things about, development and secure coding. And I think for web developers, the bug bounty hunter path is absolutely essential. We can see a lot of secure coding topics in the wild, and many of them do not cover as much topics as we cover in the bug bounty hunter path. And I think in today's world, so many developers need this factor that make them stand out on top of others. And I think having the ability to develop secure code is something that is really appreciated by companies and organizations and employers. Even companies like Apple and Google, they really appreciate someone with a secure coding ability and obviously a secure coding certificate. So I absolutely think that web developers should definitely seek the CBBH certificate.
Nice. And how exactly the exams work?
Yeah, so our exam, we have something that I personally find to be very, very convenient, which is once you complete the bug bounty hunter path, complete all of the modules, and you purchase the exam ticket. If you have the silver annual subscription, then you have the exam ticket already purchased. In either case, once you have your exam ticket, you can start the exam whenever you want. So you don't have to schedule the exam. You don't have to book an appointment or whatever. You can study the material, review, and whenever you feel comfortable, you can start the exam. Once you start the exam, you will have 7 days to complete the exam and submit the report. All the details about the exam, you will get them once you actually start the exam. But if you complete the entire path and you have a deep understanding of all of the modules, you should be able to go through the exams. We also offer, which is another thing that I think is really convenient and something that is really excellent about Hack the Box certificates. We offer a free retake. So if you are not able to successfully pass the first attempt, you get a free retake within two weeks, and you can start your exam within 2 weeks after you review everything that you missed. We also do provide feedback. So we take a look at your report, and then we provide feedback where you fell short and things that you missed, some kind of things that are general for testing and for pen testing, for web applications that you can use to improve your chances in your second attempt.
That's very nice. And you create a report, or how does this feedback work? How does it look like? I hope I will not get one because I started also CBBA.
Yeah. Yeah, so we provide feedback to everyone. So even if you pass, if you don't pass, we try to provide constructive and positive, and positive feedback to everybody who does the exam. And the feedback would be in the form of a couple pages of report that you get, just like any other report that contains several points. Depending whether you passed or not, the feedback will obviously be different. But we hope that these points will be very beneficial for you. And we have just today in Discord, we have seen one of our students who said that he failed his first attempt, but then he took the feedback, which he said is general feedback. We're not like giving you pointers, do this and that, but something that you can use in any web application pen test, even in the future. So this is our kind of feedback. And if you follow them, these are really good advice that you can actually follow, and you find yourself that you find more stuff in your second attempt.
Okay, and we have another interesting question that we have here, not from Discord as the others. Do we get taught how to create those reports? Do they get like a template? How they will create these reports?
Yeah, so you get a template that contains all of the parts that you should submit. In addition to that, we are working on a module that is just about writing professional bug bounty and pen testing reports. And I think we at the Hack the Box Academy think that the ability to write excellent reports is something that is absolutely essential for all pen testers and for all bug bounty hunters. In many cases, if you find the bug in a bug bounty program, even though you found it first, but you did not provide a good report, someone else may get the bounty. So we think this ability is absolutely essential, and we will provide a module about that in the coming few weeks.
That's amazing. I didn't know that we're designing this thing. Yes, we have grown a lot as Hack the Box, so it's not very easy to monitor everything that is happening, and it's good. But that's very nice. And another, and I think very important question that I want us to go over is what skills the people are required to have and what they will gain after CBBH, or do they need to have anything?
Yeah, exactly. So we try to have the bug bounty hunter path approachable to everyone, which is why we start with the very basics. We start with web requests. So before starting if you have no IT experience whatsoever, you don't know how to use Linux, then we have the Linux fundamentals module, and we have the Windows fundamentals module. So you can start getting your hands on using Linux commands and so on. But once you are comfortable with Linux, you can start the path. And from the very beginning, we start teaching you about web applications, the basics of web applications, how to use curl, and how to interact with web applications through the terminal, how to interact with APIs, and then we teach you about burp and web proxies and so on. So you only need the basics of Linux fundamentals. And even if you don't have the Linux fundamentals, you can do the Linux fundamentals module.
That's very nice. Thank you so much, Zayad, for your time. We will go, all of you, to a small break of 10 minutes. If you have more questions, you can leave them in the chat. If, Zayad, you have time to reply more questions in the YouTube stream. And we will go for a short break of approximately 10 minutes or less, because we're a little bit over time, so I think it will be just 5 minutes. And we will be back with another exciting talk. So I don't know, Zayad, if you know what is our next talk.
I didn't check the schedule. Actually, it was mainly focused on my talk. But for me, it has been an absolutely amazing opportunity. So thank you, Sataria, and thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Zayad. So let's go for a small break of 5 minutes, and then we will be back with an amazing talk about Kubernetes. So we will learn all about Kubernetes, how you set it up, how do you secure it, how you exploit it, everything. And who is going to do it? Ponya Siraj from the content development team, a member of us for 1.5 years, I think. So let's go on a small break, 5 minutes, and we will be back. Thank you all. You have any questions that you want me to reply now? Very excited for Kubernetes. How should be compared to other certificates, especially big ones? I will reply this one. I don't want to leave it unreplied. So how CBBH is compared to other certificates? It's not compared. Every certificate, as every platform, is doing their own way of teaching, learning, hacking, and everything. Also, Hack the Box, we had with ProLabs our own certifications of completions, but we wanted always to have our own certificate. Therefore, CBBH came, and the Academy team created it. Kudos to everyone that is in the team. I can say names, but sometimes I'm very sad if I miss someone. So kudos to, of course, Ben, Zayad, Dimitris Bouyoukas. Who else is Bob, is Trevor, is Plaintext, aka Julio Urenas, and many more. So kudos to all of you. It's not exactly. I cannot say that CBBH is equivalent to OSCP, or Dante is equivalent to OSCP. Nothing is equivalent to OSCP or another certificate. It is another certificate. See it like that. It will, of course, it's soon. It's what I can say, it's very curated. It will always be curated because we do not believe in monolithic content. It will always be updated. CBBH is focused on web hacking. That's why it's also called, you don't need to be certified to be a bug bounty hunter, of course. Our concept is that bug bounty hunting, which is more about web exploitation all the way, you go crazy about it. That's why I named it like that. Check it out. It doesn't cost much in regarding also with the other certificates. Oh, and I take a lot of time from your break. So I will stop here. We will do a break of 2.5 minutes and we will be back with Saras. If you want more questions about CBPH, type them in the stream and I will reply. Thank you all and have an amazing time. And as promised, I will try to keep all talks more at their own time because I know you want also to relax between the talks or get questions or take your notes. But don't forget that all talks are going to be uploaded, not updated, strange, are going to be added in our YouTube channel. And let's give it up now to Shiraz, aka Ponyao. He is a content engineer for Hack the Box. He is a member with us 1.5 years. He has an amazing and inspiring story. I will leave this up to him. So let's give it up to Shiraz that he will teach us all about Kubernetes. Hello, Shiraz. How are you? You're muted. Let me.
Oh, hi. Hi, Fatih. Sorry about that.
No, everything is perfect. How are you, Shiraz?
I'm good. How about you?
I'm very excited that we started the live stream. Before, I was a little bit, anxious if everything would go well, if we have enough viewers, or if they enjoy them. But it is one of the most successful lives. I'm very happy about it. Thank you guys for your engagement and your feedback, and always feedback because it makes us better. So yes, Shiraz, what about you? How I think you will do your introduction by yourself, but something that I would like to say is that I want to thank you very much because you pulled this amazing presentation and lab almost last minute to create this amazing talk. So thank you very much for your effort. And I will ask you one thing. I don't know if you will say it later. Why Kubernetes?
Kubernetes is one of the best or one of the most popular products right now that is being used for orchestration. There are other competitors in the market, but Google created Kubernetes. It is a little bit complicated to set up, but then it provides a lot of options for deployments. On the other hand, if you see Docker Swarm that is competing with this, it doesn't provide a lot of these features of that granular control that you want when you are trying to deploy an application. That's why Kubernetes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. And we will learn also today about deployment and the setup and features and everything.
Yep, you will.
Oh, nice. So I'm going to end your presentation and I'm going to leave you with the community. So let's give it up to Siraj. I removed him with the.
Hi everyone. This talk is about Kubernetes fundamentals. So it is Kubernetes 101. This workshop doesn't need for you to know anything about Kubernetes as of now. Everything that we are going to cover in 30 minutes from now would be completely basics. And this point after this workshop, you would have to explore other more advanced stuff about Kubernetes, but you will know the basics. About me, I am Shiraz, aka Ponyao. I'm also a content engineer at Hack the Box. You might have played some of my boxes. I've worked in security from last 2 years. I have 24 plus CVEs. I also love automation. That's why Kubernetes. And I also blog about all my experiments and Hack the Box write-up on shirazajia.com. You can find more about me on Twitter or my website. So let's talk about Kubernetes. What is Kubernetes? So according to Google, this is what it says. Kubernetes is a portable, extensible, open source platform for managing containerized workloads and services. Okay, that's a lot of jargon for someone who doesn't understand Kubernetes. The first time I read it, I couldn't understand it either. In simple words, it is a container orchestrator which helps manage your applications that are running on containers. So it is a manager for all your containers that you're running your applications on. It enables you ease of scaling, and we'll see how it does that. Kubernetes is arguably the most trending technology in cloud computing these days. The more important question is why Kubernetes instead of what Kubernetes. So, so in the earlier days of application development, there used to be something called monolithic applications. There still are monolithic applications. This is one of the architectures how you would code an application. Now, in these type of applications, you have models, you have views, and you have controllers, and this one big giant application does it all. That's why it is called monolithic, just like a one big rock. So it serves the pages, it serves the static content, HTML, CSS, JavaScript. Then it also handles the functions or controls of the application like sign up, login, shop, support. And then it also manages the database schemas and data access and all of that. So a client would come in and it would serve the web page, handle all the functionality. And now there is one problem with this application. So let's say this specific application is an e-commerce application where we as an e-commerce application are doing um, a, a advertisement campaign. So here we have the shop function of the application where we are expecting a lot of users to come in and shop from our website. Until now, we are able to handle, let's say, 1,000 users, but now we are expecting 10,000 users. And for that kind of traffic, we need a lot more resources than what we have deployed right now. So the problem comes here. If we want to just expand, just give more resources to this shop section of the application, the problem occurs that we have to give it to all of the application, and it would require a lot more resources to serve the whole application as one instead of just the shop application. To solve this problem, there is another architecture which is called microservice architecture. In this, the client would come in. There would be an API gateway for the client. Let's say they want to go to the root of the website, then the API gateway would handle it and send it to the static resource service that is running. It will only serve web pages, and that's the job that it does. We break these down into various smaller services, like this service just does login, this is just the support application, this is just the sign up and registration, and then the last one is the shop. So now if we look at this and look at from the same example we had earlier, where we were trying to host a lot more users. Now, if you just want to give resources to the shop application, we can just give resources to the shop container, and it would be able to handle all most of the loads instead of giving it to the whole application. So that's how how microservice architecture works. Now, one of the things that microservice architecture has is containers. All of these applications are deployed on different containers, which do just one thing, and it does one thing right. Uh, but let's imagine something like Hack the Box, where we have machines, we have Academy, we have multiple different services throughout, uh, and it is divided into separate microservices. Now, these microservices are doing their job correctly, but all of these microservices are being developed by different developers. Moving on to tell you how why containers are cool, and we'll understand how that comes into picture here. Containers are cool because, first of all, there is a problem called matrix from hell. So all of these microservices are being developed by different developers. They are using different libraries, different operating systems, and the developers themselves are working on separate projects. So they are not really talking to each other in this matter. Now, the problem is when they try to make the application together or deploy it, there's something called matrix from hell which comes in. So let's say one of the developers was using Arch and the other developer was using Debian. So there are some libraries that are only specific to Arch. Let's say it's a PDF generation library. Now, the only one, like there are ways around it, but one of the easier ways to do this is either you change the code to include something. Let's say you were deploying on Debian, so you use a Debian library, or you port the library from Arch to Debian, which is a lot more harder to do. Um, that is something when dependencies and these libraries cannot like they create conflicts between each other. That is called the matrix from hell. Uh, this is what Docker containers or these containers solve. So they would run on the same OS layer or the hardware, but it will share the Linux kernel. It will share the Linux kernel, and over that kernel, it will deploy the image. Let's say we are spawning a Debian container, then it will have a Debian image on that. So this is how it solves the matrix from hell problem. It is also very resource efficient because if we were to run an application, a whole giant application, it would consume a lot more resources. But a smaller container is easier to spin up and manage. So it is very resource efficient. It also increases portability. So if you don't have problems like it works for me, but it doesn't work for you, a developer can just straight up write a Docker file and then pass it on to the second developer, and it will work for everyone because that's how Docker is created. So it also makes sure that there is consistent operation throughout. So the developers and DevOps team doesn't. So if the DevOps team or the infrastructure team is responsible to deploy stuff, shouldn't have to know how the application is working. They should just manage the infrastructure themselves, and that's where Kubernetes solves that, or container solves that issue, where the application developer has written a Docker file or a Docker image, and the infrastructure would just take that Docker image and deploy it in multiple places instead of knowing all the libraries, installing it in one place, and all of that hassle. So overall, it is better for application development, given that it solves so many problems that is a problem with compatibility on all of that. And this is where, because all of this is running on containers, we need a container orchestrator because managing so many containers is hard. Let's look at Kubernetes as architecture, and then we will move on to how it works. So these are the main components in Kubernetes architecture. Let's understand this. This is a master node. The master node is a virtual machine or a physical host. Uh, Same for worker nodes. Nodes are basically virtual machines on which different type of setups are deployed. The master node itself acts as a brain of the whole cluster, where the Kube API server is a front end from which, let's say, this kubelet agent would send all the information to the Kube API server, and then it will pass on to these other elements of the master node. These are not exposed to the whole cluster. Only the Kube API server is something that talks or passes on messages. Now, kubelets would send in information. It is passed on to the HCD cluster. HCD cluster is the data store that Kubernetes uses. It is a key value store, which is which implements the logging in Kubernetes. So it will hold all the logs for pods and containers that are running on the worker nodes, what is failing, what is running, what has been deployed, how long ago it was deployed, and all of that. All of those information is stored inside the HCD cluster. The kube scheduler is responsible for putting pods or putting containers on worker nodes. It looks at the resources available on the worker nodes and makes sure whenever it gets an order from kube control manager, then it puts up a pod wherever it sees that there is appropriate space and resources. Kube Control Manager is kind of like the monitor of the whole cluster. It keeps an eye on different pods, let's say we want at least 3 replicas of our application running at each time, then the Kube Control Manager would make sure that at all times there are 3 of these running. If one of this fails, then it would receive the message from the kubelet to the kube API server, and then it will order the kube scheduler to put another pod here. On the worker nodes, there are 4 components that are necessary to understand. The kubelet acts as an agent. So it is an agent on the worker node which sends in information to the master node. The kube proxy is for the networking of the whole cluster. There is a container runtime environment. And like most commonly, Docker is very popular to use, but there are other container environments as well. And then there are pods, and we'll see what are pods in the upcoming slides. So deploying a Kubernetes cluster is a tedious task, and if you want to try it, you can just follow this article. It is very easy to follow, and just you can do it on your own. But we can't cover that in this small workshop. While I'm going to use Katacoda's Kubernetes playground for my workshop demos. Now let's understand. We saw these are pods. Now let's understand what are pods. So pod is the smallest unit in the Kubernetes cluster that is storing the whole application itself, or a part of the application which is complete. So let's say there is the sign up or the shop part of the application. The complete shop part of the application is packed up into a container, and then that container is encapsulated inside of this object called pod, uh, which is the smallest object in Kubernetes. This is the smallest object you could make in Kubernetes. This makes it easy for Kubernetes to generally deploy stuff. So let's say that you have 2 users here, and there are 2 pods. Now let's say there are in our arbitrary world there is 1 pod that can only handle 1 user at a time. So let's say there is another user that came in, Kubernetes would automatically deploy another pod and serve that user. Make sure and equally basically divide the load on all 3 pods. Let's say that all the hardware resources run out of this node, then it will move on to deploying and equally distributing the load to different nodes. Like here we are just now we deployed 3 pods. Pods generally have one-to-one relationship with the containers, although we can have multiple containers inside each pod. But the containers generally are helper containers, and whenever there is a new instance of an application that needs to be run, a new pod is spun up. The easy way to create pod is, or doing it from the command line, is if you just run the kubectl run command and the name of the pod, and then if you give the image, here I'm using Nginx, it will create the Nginx image or the pod itself. The name of the pod is this, and if you say get pods, then you'll see that the pod is now running in a running state. So Nginx instance is running on the Kubernetes cluster now. If you see it with the dash wide option, we can also see that the IP address of the pod can be seen, but we cannot straight away go to this IP address and visit the Nginx page right here. We'll see how we can do that later on. So let's see. This was an imperative way or the way from the CLI to create a pod. But if we want more control and a more descriptive manner to create a pod, we would use a YAML file or JSON file, but I prefer YAML. So let's understand what are the main aspects of this YAML file that creates a pod. So first, all Kubernetes objects have these four particular properties. So first is APIs version. There are newer APIs of Kubernetes, but the pod is included in the first one. So we are selecting V1. Then there is pod. The kind of object we are trying to make is a pod, and this is case sensitive, so we need to keep the P capital. If we open up the metadata, we have two properties, the name of the pod that we are making and the labels. These labels are for us to group these pods together. These are completely custom. We are using a label for the app itself. So the app that is the pod is running is Nginx. So I use that. And the group of pods it is running in is front end. So that's running here. The last part of the pods YAML file is that pod specification is that we have specs. The specs have containers that the pod would run, and these containers, there can be more than one container, but right now we are just running one container with the name of the container being Nginx, and the image that it is going to pull from Docker Hub is also Nginx. If we uh, go to our playground, I have these files created already. So if I do kubectl apply dash f for file, and then we do pod.camel, it should create a pod with the name of Nginx. If we now do kubectl get pods, it's creating the container. And once it is created, it will show us that it is running in the running state now. It takes a little while because I guess these are running on, this playground is running on very low on resources. It doesn't take a lot of time generally. So it will show up like this in the running state. So now let's talk about the pods themselves. Just like we had a problem where if we were deploying more than one container, the problem was that we had too many containers to manage them. And in the pods case, it is the same thing. If there are 6 pods to be deployed, we have to deploy each of them individually, which is not solving our problem. That's where replica sets comes in. So let's say that there is your one pod and 3 users came in, and this pod cannot handle the load for these 3 users, and the pod crashes. The container in itself crashes. So now the users don't have access. In this case, if we deployed this pod inside of a replica set's function is to always have, like, let's say we specify that we always want 2 or 3 of these pods running at all times. Then the replica set's job is to make sure that at all times, if I want 2 replicas running, then there would be 2 replicas running. So if this pod dies, the replica set would spin up another pod instantly and give access to that. Now let's look at replica sets as well. If we go to replica sets, we again have these 4 root properties like in all Kubernetes objects. This is universal. The API version for replica sets is app/v1, just to notice, note that. The kind of object we are creating is replica sets, and the metadata is very similar to what we had in pods. The name of the replica set is Nginx. The labels we are selecting for the replica set are app Nginx and group frontend. Although the spec section is interesting. So inside the spec section of the replica set, we have the template. The template is nothing but the whole pod.yaml file. So the name of the pod, the labels of the pod, and the images of the pod. So this is exactly the same. Then we are specifying replicas. So we want at all times 2 replicas to be running in the Kubernetes cluster. And then at last we have selectors. So the selectors where they come in is they basically help us select the pods that are running already. So now let's say that we deployed a pod with these labels already, then replica set would go ahead and include it inside of this replica set. So if there is one of the pod running already, then it will only create one more pod with the label of app nginx. And that's how it does it basically. So if we go ahead and if we now get to the pods, yeah, that works. Now if we do kubectl apply -f replica sets, this is the same file we saw just now. It created a replica set, and if we now do get pods, we should see two pods. So this one was already running, so it included that already, while this one is being created by the replica set. And if we want some more details on that, there is only one replica set running. The desired number of pods is 2. The currently running are 2, and 2 are also ready. So the replica set is basically running and tracking the pods. This is what we saw in the slides as well. Now let's look at deployments. Now replica set solve the problem of having to bring up or managing a lot more containers. But now let's say what if we want some more granular control on the pods themselves. So deployments basically help us manage pods. So it deploys these pods in a replica set, but it also gives us options to, let's say we want to upgrade the version of the application. This was running on version 1, and we just developed a new version. We want to deploy that new version of the application. This can be handled by Kubernetes deployments. They also have something called rolling updates. This is a strategy of Kubernetes updates. We will see in the upcoming slide. They also provide rollbacks. So if we upgraded our application and something went wrong, we can roll back our changes to the previous ones. And we can easily configure resource allocations, image updates, rescaling of the clusters from the deployments very easily. We can also pause and resume any updates that we want to do with our deployments. So this is how it kind of does it. This is called rolling updates. So the rolling updates work in such a way where, let's say, you have users coming to your application. So half of the pods in the cluster would go down and upgrade at the time. So these pods are being upgraded while Kubernetes is sending all the different load and traffic to these pods that are up and running. Once these come back up, then these would go down and get upgraded. This is how kind of deployments work. Now let's look at the deployment configuration file. It is exactly the same as a replica set, but the kind is now deployment. And once you set the kind to deployment, you have the features of rollback and upgrade and different properties such as that. So it deploys a cube. If you get a deployment, it says 0 out of 2 is ready. Then initially, if you get the replica sets, it deploys both of these pods, and we have 2 running in the ready stage. You can also use kubectl get all command, which will give you almost everything that there is running in the cluster. Now, until now, we had deployed pods, we had scaled them up, we have scaled the cluster down, we upgraded things, but we still cannot access our nginx pod, which is kind of funny. So now let's see how Kubernetes networking works. So this is the node itself. This is the node's IP address. Kubernetes creates an internal network inside of the node where each pod is given their own IPs. So there is an internal network with 10.10.0.0 as the subnet, and then these are the 2 pods that are running. But the problem occurs when there are more than one node. So if now there is a node with .20 and there is a node with .21, both of them are running a Kubernetes cluster. We want to join them together so that we can share the pods across or share the load across the cluster. But now the problem occurs that they both have a private internal network and there are IP conflicts. That's why Kubernetes does not implements a networking solution in them that like in themselves in itself, but it has third-party solutions. These are few of those solutions: the Calico, Cilium, DeepNet, Flannel. These are multiple these solutions, the third-party solutions that handle Kubernetes cluster networking. If you follow the deployment article that I mentioned in the second slide, then you would probably use ViewNet to install a networking solution on the cluster, which unifies all the network and manages and creates a virtual network of all the hosts. Now let's see services. So this is where things get interesting. We want to access our Nginx pod, and so there are these three pods. These two pods are internally connected. So let's say one of them are Redis server and one of them is MySQL server. We don't want to expose those. We just want them to talk to this pod, which is running our Node.js application. And the Node.js pod wants to talk to users, or the user should be able to visit this pod. So in between those, we create a service. The service exposes one of these ports and redirects the traffic and enables intercommunication between these pods. So why there is a need for a service? So let's say until now we saw that from the internet itself, if we curl the IP of the pod, we can't get access to it. It's failed to connect. But if we SSH into the node and then we try to do it, we are easily able to get the hello from node app web pages content basically. This happens um, because this is not a public network, obviously, and this gap is filled by a service. So the external node's IP address is 192.168.1.21. The private private internal IP address is 10.0.2, and then the port that the application exposes is running on port 80. Now the service acts as a bridge between the internet and the pod. So any traffic that comes through this port 30,002 would be redirected through the service and then go to the pod. While if you do the same thing, if the service sends back response, it will go through this route and we will be able to access the application externally. This port doesn't matter. This is just an internal port. This port is important because this is where the application is sending and receiving data from. And this is the node port. So this type of service called node port, and we will see more about it. But it is opening a port on the node itself. So this is a node port. There are three types of common services in Kubernetes. There is a node port, there is a cluster IP, and a load balancer type of service. So this we are not going to cover, but this is present on uh, most of the cloud providers, and it handles it load balances everything on its own. We don't have to do a lot more in there. And cluster IP services are the ones that are interconnected inside of the network. So this is um, the one that is cluster IP, and this is the one that is node port. Now let's look at in more in depth about the node port thing. So like everything in Kubernetes, services are also an object and you can write a YAML file for it in a descriptive manner. So we have a YAML file here. The kind is service. The name of the service is Nginx service. The type of the service is node port. This is the important part here. We are the target port that we want. This is the one that is exposed by the container is port 80, and the port of the service is also port 80 here, but it can be literally anything. It doesn't matter. The node port that it is opening on the internet is 30,002. The range for these ports is I think from 30,000 to 32,000 something, but you can at least open 2,000 ports if you need to. And then at last, it has a selector tab. The selector comes in handy because these IP address pods go down and come up all the time. These are not permanent IP address. These change all the time. These are not static. So that's why we can use a selector to select one or any pod with the label of app nginx and group frontend. So as long as that works, we will always select the correct pod on the system. So once we do that, now if we do curl and the node IP address, then the node port, we will be able to get an hello from the node application. The cluster IP service is for intercommunication of the app from the internal network. So now let's say that there are front end pods, there is backend pods, and then there is a cache that is also running there. So because these are not static IP addresses, we have literally everything is the same. The service, the kind of service, we are calling it Node.js service. The type is cluster IP. This is also the default type of service that Kubernetes creates inside of the network. Now the ports are the port that the application is exposing. So 80 for the node application. This might be exposing the default port for SQL, and this might be for Redis. But this port doesn't matter. This is just the port that the service is exposed on. And then we select, like in the earlier example, we select the pod based on the labels of the pod instead of the IP address of the pod. And that's all for the basics of Kubernetes. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Siraj, for your time. It was very, very, very intuitive. We have many questions. First of all, a lot of people liked your presentation, loved actually your presentation. So let's go. We have the one that is always there. How do we hack Kubernetes?
So hacking Kubernetes is pretty much like hacking normal infrastructure, but because Kubernetes pods are being created and destroyed all of the time, there are other like once you have a shell on the Kubernetes cluster, there are other things that you can acquire on the Kubernetes structure cluster to gain access to more pods and the rest of the infrastructure. Pelamas actually has created a ton of content around Kubernetes. There are a few of these boxes where you can practically see how you would hack a Kubernetes cluster. One of them is Ubertonium. I don't know the name of the box is Ubertonium.
That's for anyone that wants to check out any boxes that have Kubernetes. You can just go to ipsy.rocks, and if you type Kubernetes, you can find all relatable boxes. We have also exploit path on Hack the Box. If you're playing in the retired machine section, you can go there and you can check them out. And a last question, because we're a little bit over time, 5 minutes over. What apps are good resources to learn Kubernetes?
To learn Kubernetes and Kubernetes hacking, I think one of the best resources that is free and available online that I found was Kubernetes Goat. It is really great if you want to learn about Kubernetes in the blue team perspective and at the same time in the red team perspective. You can simulate the attacks and look at the cluster how it looks, while also the opposite way. You can attack the cluster and see how the logs are generated. So I think it is an awesome resource from OS. Oh, my cat just said hi.
Oh my God, that is so cute. What is the name of the cat?
It's called Sylvester.
Okay. Very. The funny thing it would be if it was called Twitter. Thank you.
Obviously.
Tweety, not Twitter, Tweety. Oh my God. Thank you very much, Siraj, for your time. If you want, if you can stay a little bit in the chat on YouTube, if you want to go to YouTube and answer some questions, maybe share pictures of the cat. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Swati, for having me. I'll go ahead and answer.
I think I interrupted him too early, but he's going to answer some questions in the chat. But I don't know if you want to break or we should start. I think we should go straight to the next talk, and then we will go to our next big break. Now we have with us today one of the most engaging success stories of Hack the Box. So, how I met this person, I will add him. I don't want to say these things without him in order to see his reactions. So, the next person that we have with us today is Plaintext, and he's going to say how we can reach the unreachable networks, how we can pivot inside unreachable networks. So, we thank him very much for coming in this presentation. So, hello, Julio. How are you?
Hello, Soti. I'm doing fine. You?
Very good. how is everything over there in Santo Domingo?
Santo Domingo is really nice. So it's like a paradise in the middle of the Caribbean. So if you want to go into vacation, so you can come to our country. The Dominican Republic will welcome you.
Perfect. And I want to share a few words about how we met. So we I joined Hack the Box, and one of the first things that Chop told me is that we have this guy that is in San Domingo, and he's amazing. He wants to start doing workshops for Hack the Box. He actually elevated his career through Hack the Box, and now he's working at Microsoft. And when I met you, I think you got. I was already hyped to work in the community department, but you hyped me even more because you show me all the cool stuff, and from your perspective, I knew from myself, but also to see it from other people. So you inspired me a lot, and you inspired also the meetup program that we created. And we have almost 50 groups all over the world and more than 10K attendees, which actually we teach life hacking. If you want,
Yeah.
go guys to meetup.com, and there are people from each community. We thank a lot of the hosts and the ambassadors that they host these amazing life hacking workshops. So thank you very much, Julio. And I was I didn't feel quite well when you joined the company because I would lose you as ambassador of Hack the Box, from the community side. But
Yeah.
it's amazing to have you in the team.
Yeah, it's nice to be like in this side of the company. Hack the Box, as you mentioned, it's literally changed my life. Like when I started doing hacking a few years ago, and the possibility, to join Microsoft and work at Microsoft, I know it was because of hacking. So I think that Hack the Box has been a really key part of my career success, and I'm really, happy to be part of the company right now.
And I think everyone is also happy that we have you on board because it always felt that you are part of us.
That's right.
Most members of the community, for example, the Discord team, I find it as colleagues. It's the same. So I'm going to remove myself from the stream and add your amazing presentation, and let's give it up to Julio and the Unreachable Network.
Thank you, Sote. Hi guys. Well, I will say that for most of the people that are in this part of the world, in the Americas, Latin America or maybe US, we are on launch time. I know that I have a big responsibility, and I want to make this talk fun and that you enjoy the moment here with us. So we are going to talk about attacking the unreachable networks. So my name is Julio. I'm also known as Plaintext. I am John Christian, husband, father. I have two kids, two girls, and the third one is coming. And also a friend, a gamer, and I love doing hacking. I've been in the industry of security and technology for around 15 years. I work at companies like Microsoft, Cinex, and right now I'm working at Hack the Box as a training developer, content developer for the academy team. So we are creating a lot of stuff related to hacking for defensive, offensive. So it's really nice work that we are doing, and we just recently released the Hack the Box certification, the first certification, the Bug Bounty, and there is more to come. So I'm also a leader in the Dominican Republic to the Red Team RD community, which is a cybersecurity community. Is the first meetup group in from Hack the Box that we created a few years ago, and it's an amazing community. So we are doing really nice on Hack the Box. So if you want to follow me in the here are my there's the QR code. I don't know if you can like capture the QR code exactly, but I will have the presentation link by the end of the talk, so you can go into the presentation and check everything else right there. So let me talk you about history a few years ago. I was working in a company. I won't tell you the name, and no, it's not Microsoft. And we were designing a website that we will release to the public. And we were, talking about that we will need this website to be secure. We will need firewalls. We will need to post this network or this website in a DMC network, and we will need to protect the website from attackers. We will design in how we will make this work. But that time there were not too much cloud usage, and we also need the website to connect to a database server. So everyone was like, thinking, getting the strategy. We surround ourselves, and everyone was sharing their ideas. Those smart guys, telling why we should not put this here or why we should do this and this. And it was a really fun talk. We spent a few hours designing the how we will structure this web server that needs some access to sensitive data, and we came with this design. So this is the network design that we prepare. So basically, this is just a basic representation. We have a firewall, we have a DMC network, and then we have the internet network, and we, divide those networks. So basically, how we will work is like anyone coming from the internet into the internet network will be able to connect to the web server. But if you attempt to connect to the internet network from the internet, you won't be able to connect. So with this, design, we present to the CEO, we present to the security, to the CISO, to everyone, and everyone was happy. It was approved, and the team, was happy. We have the setup ready. We are ready to go. Let's do this. Everyone was excited about this new, website that we will release to the public and will provide useful content to our clients. But I created a DMC that should keep hackers out of the internet network. That should keep hackers out of the internet network. True? Well, the reality is that it can if you set it up properly, but if not, you know we will get in, and I will show you like what's going on behind the logic of this network design. So this is the logic behind the network design. So the first policy is that the firewall should block all incoming traffic uh, that go from the internet and the DMC network into the internet network. So we cannot have any traffic coming from the internet or the DMC through the internet network. That should be blocked. And the firewall should only allow uh, port TCP/80 and 443 to the web server from the internet. So that's good. And the third policy said that data cannot be saved in the DMC network. So we are talking here about the database server cannot be in the DMC network because it has sensitive data. Um, and we need to make an exception to allow connection from the web server to the database server on port TCP 1433 only that port, only the port from web server to the DMC, only that port. Okay, you have 10 seconds right now, so you have to get your on your keyboard, and you need to identify what's the problem in this n- network design logic. So what's the problem in the logic? You have 10 seconds. So the one that get the answer faster, we will give it a prize. So you can we will try to get the first one, and then let's do it again. Okay, we are now 8, 9. Type your answer. What do you think is the problem in this network policy and why? So we will get into the winners later. So if you notice, it's saying that we create an exception from the web server to the database server. So that means that the web server can actually connect to the database because it's where the data is located. But if the server is compromised, we will be able to get into the database server, and from there we might be able to get into the internet network. So let's see how. Let's create an attack theory, and how we can actually accomplish this. So first, we need to find a vulnerability in the web application and exploit it. If you want to learn how to find a vulnerability in the web application, then you will need to go into Hack the Box Academy and get into the Certified Bug Bounty Hunter certification, and then you will learn how to do it. But we will not cover that. We will just use a script for exploiting the web application. Then from the web application, we will pivot into the Microsoft SQL Server. That's the second step. From this database server, then we will use the database server to pivot into the internal network and finally compromise the Active Directory. So this is the attack theory that we have, and then I will show you right now how we will execute it. So this is the network design, and I actually really like to create network designs when I'm trying to do like pivoting, because when you do pivoting, you need to visually like see how everything is designed. So it's better, it's easier when you set up everything when you want to do any kind of pivoting. So right now here we have the attack machine, which is our, this is like the public IP 192.168.220.133. This is our attack box, and we have command and control running on port 80. We will target the public IP address of this network, which is 192.168.220.164. We will target this IP address in this port. And then in the DMZ network, there is another network. This basically will NAT everything. So we'll target this, and from this, the firewall will forward the traffic into the web server. And once we compromise the web server will connect back to us. So let's see this in action. So right now we connect into the web server. We have, the connection to the web server, and we have Covenant running, which is our command and control. Covenant is running on port 80. So we are here at the IP address 192.168.220.133, and we are listening on port 80, which is the port of our command and control. So now we will execute the exploit against the web server. And as you can see, we get a shell in the web server. I won't go into the detail of that. If we get access into the web server, so now we can test, for example, we can try to execute like who am I and a host name. So we get information about our target. So next, what we want to do is that we already have access to the web server. We compromise the web server. We already own the web server. Now we need to identify if the web server has connection, if there is any other like web server, database, device, another IP address that we can connect. And we will do that by doing some enumeration. So let's use Covenant command and control. Let's use netstab. We see that there is a connection to 192.168.1.101 port 1433. This is really important because we identify a connection to a database server from this device. If we do some enumeration, we find a web config file with like a backup web config file that contains credentials to that database server. So basically right now we have credentials for the database server, and we identify that this web server has actually able to connect to that database server. So right now, as you can see in the attack graph, we have access to the web server. We hacked that server already, but we identify a possible connection to the database server, which is located in another network. So let's see the first pivoting example. So the pivoting example number one, we need to connect to the database server, but we cannot do that directly. So we cannot connect from our attack box into the database server because it's blocked. but we can connect to the web server. So what we will do is that we will use the web server to pivot into the database server. And for doing that, we will use Chisel. Chisel is TCP UDP tunnel transported over UDP secured via SSH. So basically, we can use Chisel to create a different kind of port forwarding to go through firewalls and reach other networks using this application. This application is created in Go, so it can be used in Windows, Linux, Mac, most likely any operating system. So the way that it works is like when once we download Chisel, we will execute Chisel in our attack box. This is the command that we will use. We will use Chisel server reverse, and we will specify the port 8000, and we will use the flag for verbosing. So that's when we execute that command in the attack server, it will start listening on port 8000, right? So next, we move into the web server because we already have a shell on that server. We need to upload the Chisel client, and from the web server, we will execute this command. So we will use Chisel client, the IP address and port number of the Chisel server, and then we'll specify reverse with the R, 192.168.1.1.1433, which is the IP address of the database server that we previously identified. So once we do that, the client will connect to the Chisel server, and it will create a port in my local machine. So basically, that means that if I connect into the port in my local port 1433, it will basically route the traffic, forward the traffic through the Chisel application into the database server. So just to give you an example, if I run mmap localhost port 1433, it will go through the Chisel tunnel directly into the database server. So let's see this in action. So let's first download Chisel from GitHub. So it's a tool that you can basically go and download. We will get the Windows binary, and then we get the Linux binary. Once we have both binaries, then we extract those binary, and we need to transfer the Windows binary into the web server. So let's use um, Covenant to move into the Windows 10 location and upload the Chisel application. Right, so we are uploading Chisel right now. We uploaded Chisel, and let's see if Chisel is working by just running the help. All right, I think, yes, Chisel is working right now. So we can move into our attack box. And here we will run Chisel 2, but in server mode, as I mentioned before. So we run Chisel, server mode, reverse, port 8000, and we're listening right now. So right now we are listening on port 8000 and port 80, right? So now once we connect with the client, we will listen in on port 1433. So let's use Chisel client. We specify the IP address of the our attack box, and we specify the R for the reverse port forward to the destination that we want to reach. Once we do that, we get the connection from the Chisel client, and if we see the listening port, we are now listening on port 1433. We can, for example, perform now a local host mmap scan against our local port, and we will reach the database network. So basically now we have a connection into the database server, which is really nice. We can use the tool SQSH to get into the database. We see that we are sysadmin into the database, and that means that we can basically enable XP CMD shell, which is a utility within Microsoft SQL that allows you to execute commands in SQL. So basically, this is what we are trying to enable right now. I will have, some notes for the presentation at the end. So now we can actually execute command on the server. I will try to pin the from the database to the my attack box, but we cannot access the our attack box. So the database right now is blocked, so it cannot access the attack box in the internet. But the database can actually access the web server. So right now, this is the issue. If we want to get a shell into the database server, but the database server cannot connect to our attack box, it's blocked by the firewall rules. So it can only connect to the web server, but the web server can actually connect back to us. So we can use this to actually create the scenario. So right now, what we're gonna do is in our attack box, we will create a new port, which is the port 8001, and um, we will specify the connection address to be the web server because this is where the database can actually connect to. This is a nice trick that many people might don't know about Windows. In Windows, you can actually do pivoting natively. So you can use net command to do a port forward within Windows. So you don't need any tool for that. So the way it works is like we specify a listening port and a listening address and a connect port and a connect address. So basically, we're telling Microsoft or Windows right now that any connection that you get into port 8001, you will forward that connection into the port 8001 in IP address 192.168.20.133. This is really nice because, and we need this uh, because the database server we connect to this server, and the server will forward the traffic to our attack box. So now from the attacks from the database server, we can execute PowerShare and we will target the web server. And once the web server get that connection, we'll forward the connection to our attack box. And this is basically the chain that we will create. So let's see this in action. So right now we need to be admin to execute that port forwarding. So we'll need to escalate privilege for doing that. Or we can use Chisel, which doesn't require the admin privileges. So we execute the command right now. We will also need to like allow the port, like create a firewall rule to allow incoming traffic into that port, or we can just disable the firewall, whatever we want. Next, we need to create another listener in our command server that will target the web server, right? Even though this is not the IP address of our machine, but it will just work because it will forward the traffic into our network. So right now we are listening on port 8001 and 80 for our command and control. So next we need to create like a payload. We will use the new port that we create, and we will host the payload into a simple file. We go back into the database server, we connect using SQSH, and then we execute the payload there. So when we execute this payload, it will connect into the web server, and from the web server, we'll forward the traffic to our attack box. And now we have access to the database server. So we basically now have access to the database server. We can start, enumerating because, okay, I know what's going on, but we need to like be aware of the network that we are in. Right now, we see that we have some connection in the ARP table. We see the domain name, so we can actually try to pin that domain name to see what is the IP address of that domain name, and we get that is 100. So that's really nice. So right now, so the last exercise is like we need to get access to the internet network from our attack box. And in order to do that, what we're gonna do is like we will use a SOX proxy. So it's basically the same. We will jump from one server to another server to another server into we get, into the internet network. So the way that SOX proxy works is like it will redirect the traffic that we send into through proxy into the internet network. So basically, that will allow us to execute locally tools from the for our attack box into the internet network. To do that, what we're gonna do is again we will use Chisel. So we will run another port on Chisel. This will be port 880A02 with the flag SOX, SOX 5. So then we will use Netch to create another port forward into the web server to just forward the traffic into that another machine. And from the database server, we will, because the database server is the one that is connected to the internet network, we will use the flag R SOX. So that can actually connect into our attack machine. So the way that we work is we'll connect the database to port 8002, and from that it will forward the traffic to our attack box. And once that we get that traffic, it will open a port on a port 1080, which we will use with a tool called proxy chains. So proxy chains basically will like forward all the traffic that we get into the all the traffic that we so proxy chain, the way that we work is like it will forward the traffic from any application into the SOC proxy, and basically what that will allow us to connect through the SOC using any application. So let's see this in action. So we will execute in our attack box the port 8002 with the flag SOC 5. Uh, and from the attack server, we need to upload Chisel. So we can do the, we need to connect Chisel from the database server into our attack machine. So we will target as you can see, we are targeting now the web server, not actually the public IP address, because we will forward that traffic to our database server. So right now I just missed the configuration on the web server, but you need to like create a port forward in the web server to actually do this. Just to speed forward a little bit. Now, using proxy chains, we need to specify within proxy chains that the port that we will use. Right now, we'll use SOC 5 and the port 1080. With that, we just basically use proxy chains and we specify the application that we want to use. As you can see, I'm targeting for an IP address from the internet network. We are targeting common port for Active Directories. And as you can see, basically get access into the internet network using proxy chains. Um, Finally, let's imagine that we get a hash from a user and we need to get a shell into the Active Directory server, then we can use this. Let's use, okay. We will connect into the internet network with the hash. Let's use a hash. That means that you do your diligence and you find a way to escalate privilege. We use proxy chains, as you can see, and that's basically what we need to get into the internet network. So as you can see, we were able to come from the web server to the database server into the Active Directory. So that's basically what we were able to do. So Let's see. They are saying me. Sorry. All right. Okay. Where can I learn and practice more about pivoting? Um, in the Hack the Box Academy, we are there is a module coming soon about pivoting, tunneling, and port forwarding that you will be able to, you know, um, to use. In this module, you will learn all the topics that I've been, discussing with you guys. You will have a lab to practice and everything that you need right there. You can also use Hack the Box main platform for doing the practice. We have the Pro Labs and we have other, machines that you can actually use for pivoting. And IPsec Rocks, DAC Rocks is actually a good resource for you to find those machines that you can use for doing the pivoting chisel practice. And this is everything I have for you guys. Thank you. The slides for the presentation are right there in my GitHub. So you can go into use this QR code and you can scan the QR code to get into the slides. And hopefully you have fun with the talk and you learn something useful. Thank you guys.
Hey,
Um,
no, no, no. It took us some time because it was a I had an issue with my mice. Everything is okay. So thank you very much, Julio, for the talk. Thank you very much also for having us, for being with us here today. Let's go and see some of the questions. Amazing job. Okay, so let's go. Do I need to be a network expert for pivoting?
Not really. You need to understand how network works. If you don't, you will be lost really quickly. But you need to learn the basics. How routing, you need to learn at least routing is really important. How network operates, how the internet works, for example. It doesn't have to be you. Just doesn't have to be an expert. I'm not an expert, even though like my most of my experience were in networking before jumping into hacking, but you don't need to be an expert.
Okay, and do you have any tips for pivoting? If you could
Uh,
share with us three tips, what it would be?
yeah, like for pivoting, you need to draw. Like if I don't draw, a little bit boxes and connecting one piece to another, I will be lost. I need to draw everything, when doing pivoting because it can be, tricky. I know there was a speed, fast forward talk, and many people were like, what he said, you need to go back and rewatch the talk. But basically, yeah, I will advise you to draw everything as much as possible. I also advise you to create your own labs and test your own stuff. It's really important. That's really helpful. But if you cannot have like a small lab in which you can do this kind of thing, then you can jump into Hack the Box, for example. You can jump into the academy and do the pivot team. So it will be released really soon. I'm expecting it to be released maybe this month. So as soon
Okay,
as you see that, just go and sign in for the new model, and you will be, you will have the tools for doing this practicing.
that is very nice. Now you promised, so we need to deliver.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Julio. Do you know what is our next talk?
Yeah, we have a really nice and loved by the community. He's constantly, sharing his knowledge with the community with his write-ups. He's a really smart guy. Like I have the opportunity to work with him now at Hack the Box, and it's really amazing. So I think that you guys will enjoy this talk. David is really awesome person, and I think he will share good information with you. So keep there. There is more to come, and the next talk will be really nice.
Thank you, Julio. So thank you very much. I'm going to remove you from the stream. So bye, Julio.
Bye, guys.
So we will do a small break in order to, I don't know what you want to do, to rest, to gather your notes, etc. What is next is Forensics Hacking 101 with one of the best co-workers we have in Hack the Box. I think I said it also when I was presenting him at the talks. So we have one of the best people in hacking, one of the best people to work with. Everyone has to say this thing once they work with him. Also, his MEA was the most engaging, and we even had emails about this MEA. I have nothing to say than being grateful for David for making the time to be with us today and share his forensics knowledge. So if you want to learn from a person forensics and hacking in general, there are two things. First of all, I don't know, I think his blog and his videos, I think I'm zero 0.3, as we were discussing on his group in the Female Watchers. But yeah, this is the guy to follow. And I will say the rest when we have the talk. So let's go in a small break and let's give it up then to David, aka 0xTF. And we are back. So, I think I did a little bit of an intro before. Yes, we have with us David, 0xDF, one of the best people to work with in Hack the Box, eternal knowledge in everything from sysadmin to IT to hacking to blue teaming to anything. And the most amazing part is that he actually has also a life. I think this will be my question: how you can manage know all these things, be so calm. I cannot, and also being always so helpful with anyone. Actually, that is very nice because David is in the committee that they release boxes and not, and they give also constructive feedback. Let's give it up to an amazing hacker and co-worker. Hello, David. How are you? You are muted. We cannot hear you.
Oh,
For
can
some
you hear me
reason.
now?
Amazing.
It's not, I've been watching the talks today, and it seems like everyone comes on muted, so I had to follow suit, right?
Yes. And how do you feel?
Doing great. How are you?
Good. I think everything is better. Also, the testing of the CTF for tomorrow is going much, much better. We are pumped up. I also brought a little tricks for the office, in order to prep for the stream. We are going also to be all of us here tomorrow in order to support the CTF. I don't know. I think it's teamwork 101.
Awesome.
So I feel blessed. Do you want to start presenting your screen so I can
Sure.
add it?
Let me
Perfect.
share that 1 second.
Yes.
When,
To anyone that
are you
says
able to
that
add
is
that
good to
in?
have the face. Yes, perfect. Make sure also to watch. I will link it while David is watching. I will link also his talk about how to create successful machines of Hack the Box, this NEA that we had with him. It was amazing. And also to follow his channel. It is dope. So I'm going to add it to the stream. It is black. What is going on? If I did like that, oh, we have an issue. Let me remove it. It is a... Okay, I think we have an issue.
Oh,
Perfect.
for a second there.
Ah, perfect. Okay.
Yeah, weird place.
So,
Can you hear me now?
yes, everything is amazing.
Awesome.
Perfect.
All right, should I take over?
Yes, do you want us to be in this display or this display?
Oh, no, go back. You can go to the other one.
Perfect. Okay, so
Perfect.
I'm going to give it up, and you can speak and ask all your amazing questions to David, and let's go.
Awesome. So today we're gonna go through some of the forensics challenges from last year's Cyber Apocalypse CTF, kind of a warm up of skills and things we might want to know going into this year's. So we're gonna just pick a couple of challenges and go through them. We're gonna start with oldest trick in the book. And so when you downloaded this one here, I don't have the actual form up here, but it's just a download, and the prompt basically says a data breach has been identified. The invaders have used the oldest trick in the book. Make sure you can identify what got stolen from us. So with forensics, you always want to, so what are we trying to do here? Okay, we need to figure out what's going on, and what do we have available to us? We have this oldest trick.pcap. The pings.pcap is actually something I made yesterday. I'll show you guys that in a minute. So we'll go ahead and open up oldest trick in Wireshark and take a look at it. And when you're in a CTF and you get a PCAP, there's really two kinds of challenges. One where every packet in that PCAP is important and part of the challenge, and one where they try to throw a bunch of unrelated data that you need to sort through. And both can be fine. It's hard to make a lot of realistic looking junk data, but that's also more realistic when that's there. So that's you will see that. And so right away you want to kind of try to figure out, like, am I dealing with something where every packet's involved, or do I have just a ton of packets? And so if we scan through here real quick, we can see look at the packet numbers. Oops, of course I just sorted it. If we look at the packet numbers, there's 37,000 packets in here. It's a pretty good guess that not all of them are related. I see a bunch of different stuff going on. And so a really useful place to start when you get a PCAP is up in the statistics menu in Wireshark. So I often will jump to endpoints or conversations, but actually looking at protocol hierarchy is a really interesting one to look at. And so we'll open that up here and see what we can get here. So this does an analysis of the packets. And so and it really sets it up kind of like a tree. So here at the top, we have frames. So Ethernet frames, that's everything's an Ethernet frame, unless you've got some sort of weird non-typical internet-based thing. So that's fine. These Linux cooked mode capture, I'm not actually sure what that is, but we're going to kind of just skip through it. So then we have IPv6 and IPv4, and they're both at the next level. And we also have some ARP, some address resolution protocol. And so it's about half IPv6, half IPv4. And so, okay, that's useful to know. And then we have some TCP traffic here in IPv6. And interesting, this is where I started to get, a little bit intrigued. You look at this IPv4, and almost all of it, I mean, 54% out of 55% is ICMP. And so ICMP is, most commonly associated with things like pings. So that's interesting. There is a ton. There are 20,000 ping packets in here, or ICMP packets. We're going to think it's probably pings. So I'm going to go ahead and close this and come over here. We go ahead and do a filter on ICMP and see what we get. Excuse me. So if we scroll up here to the top, let's actually sort the right way. So starting at packet 1800, we've got ping, this is a ping echo request followed by ping echo reply. We see the two hosts involved are 192.168.1.7 and 1.8. And that looks to be pretty much what we're looking at going through here. Wireshark will do a lot of really nice things for us here. So if we click on a packet, again, we can come up to the very top here, and it gives us these same layers. So we have the frame, and if we look at the bottom at the actual data, we can see that that's really the whole thing. This Linux cook capture looks to be the Ethernet headers. So then we have the packet type, blah, blah, blah. Not super interesting to us at this point. So IPv4 headers, and then here's the ICMP, and we can even open that up and look and see, okay, it's an echo request that's type 8, and you can see here it's type 8, and it's also highlighting the 8 byte right here of where in the packet it says that. So we can go, let's make some little more space down here, and we can even see the different ICMP headers, and then eventually we have data here. And if you've never looked at ICMP data, I actually wanted to pull this up. I was looking at this yesterday, and I thought, what do different ping packets typically look like? And so here is my Linux machine, my Linux VM pinging Cloudflare DNS. And you can see a standard Linux ping, actually the payload, once you get here, is actually the bytes 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, just counting up to 37. It's a 48 byte payload, and it counts up. And if you look at the reply, the same data comes back. Here we have 10 through 37 with some other stuff at the front. If we have a few of these going on, and you can see it's always the same, the payload's always the same. Interestingly, if you ping from a Windows box, so this 163 box is a Windows VM in my network, pinging my Linux host, it tends to send parts of the alphabet in ping packets. So you get A, B, C, all the way through W, and then it stops and goes A, B, C again. Does it matter? Is that important? No, it's worth knowing, like, oh, what does a typical ping packet look like? And so you can see here in the reply, it sends the same payload back. And so ICMP, when you ping something, you expect the same payload to come back. That's part of the test to make sure it worked. So just a quick look at some ping traffic in general. So it's kind of weird when we come over here and we see the ping payloads. Now, the request and the replies is the same, but now every ping request is different. And in fact, we can even do, we can put a filter in here and say type equals 8. So just get the requests. Hopefully, yep, here we go. And so, now we can sort of step through these and we see, oh, every payload is completely different and it's changing. There's one other thing that may have jumped out to you if you've done this for a while. These capital PK is to me, that just catches my eye, and right away I think zip file. If you're not familiar with that, if you don't have the association from doing that for years, I'm going to show you one of my favorite Wikipedia pages. I probably could have preloaded this, but oh well, we'll go for it. Wikipedia file signatures. It's the only Wikipedia page I've ever edited because I think it's fun to add to it. Let's see if that'll find it for us. My internet's running a little bit slowly here today, but when this pulls up, I can show you PK. So, oh yeah, here we go. List of file signatures. And this page, so literally, there's these things we often refer to as magic bytes or file signatures. You'll hear them called a couple of different things like that. And basically, the idea is that, like, these are the different file structures, and there's thousands of them, typically have some kind of header or something that indicates what kind of file it is. And so, you know, if you know that a PK is the start of, or let's pick a different example here, and we'll do PNG. It's a big page, and we'll see if, PNG. That's PCAP-NG. So here we go. A PNG file, the image file, always starts off with 89, 50, 47, 4E, 47, etc. And what's kind of cool is that 50, 4E, 47 is the capital P, capital NG, capital G. But so anytime you see that something starting with that, you can recognize, okay, that's probably a PNG file. In fact, when you run on Linux the file command, it's checking these magic bytes against the database to say, you know, do I recognize any of these things? Now, they're not always the first byte. Sometimes they're at some offset or whatever. But, you know, in general, most files have some kind of structure here. So why do we come in here? If you see that PK in there and you go, well, that's interesting at the start of the file. What does that mean to me? PK is the start of a zip file. And so that's interesting. It's worth keeping in our heads. So we can start to form a theory here that maybe, like, if this is a PK as a zip and we start to see strings showing up in here as well, I wonder if, you know, there's PK again. I wonder if this is a zip file being transmitted over pings. And so if we're going to test that theory, we will, there's probably some tools we could use to pull this out, but this is where I have a love of Python and I just want to jump in and play with Python. So we'll start writing a Python script to do this. So we'll call it parse.py. So we always start off with our shebang here, user and Python 3. And so now we're going to use a library called Scapy. And so we'll do from scapy.all import star. In general, that's not the best Python syntax, but that's what Scapy wants you to use. So we just do it. And then the way we read the packet with Scapy is we do pkts, or whatever we want to save it as, save it as, equals, and then we'll do, it's rdpcap, older trick.pcap, I believe is what it's called. And I'm going to actually stop it right there. And we'll go to the bottom here, bottom screen. And what's cool, I don't actually remember how to do any of this stuff. I just always figure out how to get enough that I can then play with it. So we can now do parse.py, and we can run it and see if it has any errors. Oops, I meant to, well, let's see if it has any errors first. And it takes a second because it's loading a large PCAP. It's taking longer than I expected that to take. I killed that for a second. I'm not sure why it's getting stuck. Let's see. So packets equals read pcap older trick pcap. Does that seems? Did I get the right? Did I get the file name right? Older trick pcap. Okay. This is the problem with the demo. You know, the demo gods are not being friendly to me here. Let's try this again. We'll do Python 3 and parse.py. Oh, and what I wanted to say is what I like to do is add a -i here. And what that -i is going to do is it's going to drop us into an interactive shell after it runs. So it's going to run the script, which up to this point does basically nothing. It's going to, you know, read this variable. It's going to create this variable pkts, but then it exits. So it doesn't actually do anything. Nothing prints to the screen. But if I put the -i there, and I'm going to drop into a Python terminal, and I can start to play with it. So I guess while it's running, I didn't expect that to take so long to run. So while it's running, I'm going to start to think about the next kinds of things I'm going to do. I really just want the ICMP packets. There's so much other stuff in there, and I just want the ICMP stuff. So I'm going to do ICMP equals, and I'm going to do a loop again to just pull out the ICMP packets. So we start off with P for P in PKTS, and what this will do right here is absolutely nothing. Well, it'll basically recreate PKTS for me. So it's going to loop over PKTS, and it's going to, for each item in packets, it's going to put the item packet P. So that's not very interesting. But then we can say, like, if, oh, okay, cool. Now we can go play with it. It's loaded here. We can look at the bottom now, which I realize is probably not on the bottom. It's covered by my head, so I'll zoom out. So if we look at the lang of packets, we got 37,000 packets here. And so this is what I was going to start showing was we can do P for, oh, well, we can do, let's see, we can do PKTS 0 and look at the first packet. So this is a packet. There's the Ethernet. There's some IP stuff. This is a UDP packet. Looks like a DNS packet. Cool. Okay. See, I'm going to scoot my terminal over here so it's not blocking this on my face. Okay. Hopefully you all can see that now. So that's kind of cool, but I want the ICMP packets, right? So we can do something called, let's see, we can do ICMP equals P for P in PKTS if P dot has layer ICMP. And that is going to give us the list of the ICMP packets. And so if we do len of ICMP, now we went from 37,000 packets down to 20,000 packets. So we're making progress there. In fact, we don't want all the ICMP packets, right? We want just the ones that, otherwise we're going to get duplicates because they're exactly the same going in and out. And so if you remember, we saw that the request was a type 8. So we can do something like, let's look at the first ICMP packet. Here it is. We can now say, well, let's look at that packet's just its ICMP part. So we look like that. And you can see here the type equals echo request. So that's cool. So we can actually do dot type, and it will show me that it's 8. And so now we'll go back to our thing here, and we'll say, we're going to give me all the P for P in packets only if it has the ICMP layer and if P ICMP dot type equals 8. And so if we run that again, and we'll up arrow here, now we're down to 10,000, exactly half of what we had before. So that's exactly what I expected, right? Because we expected to cut half of those out there. So let's go ahead and move this up into our script. So we'll grab we'll just copy this right here, put it up here. So now we have our script up here with that. So now what we want to do is we actually want to loop through all of these packets, and we want to pull out the part we care about, right? We want to pull out where I saw the PK. So maybe we'll go back to, well, let's see. So we'll come down here and we will look at ICMP packet 0 again. Look at the first one. And we know we want the ICMP part. And we know we want you can see here, this stuff is all called in the part called load. So we'll do dot load, and that's the load. And now you can see that this PK part shows up here and it's repeated. And it's probably easier to see in the Wireshark itself. Oops, double click. If you look down here, so like here's the PK and it rolls for exactly one line, which is 16 bytes. And then it starts again and it repeats itself. And if we start looking through these different ones, we see that same pattern again, 16 bytes and then it repeats itself. And so I don't think we actually want to repeat it 3 times. I think we want just that first bit. So let's come back over here and to our load, we want to find where in here we actually get, we have this key that we want to start on PK. So I'm just going to take some guesses here and do like, what if I did 16 to 32? Actually, that nailed it. And I can just test if I did 16 to 48, I get it twice. Here comes the same thing over again. So in fact, I could do 32 to 48, and that would be just as good. So we'll come back up here, and now we'll say like, okay, well, we're going to save something called payload equals some bytes, and we're just going to start it as empty. And we'll do for P in ICMP. So we're going to loop over our packets, and for each packet, we're going to say payload plus equals. So that's we're going to add to that p.load. We can use 32 through 48. Doesn't matter. We can also use 16 through 32. 6 of one, half dozen the other. And that will be there. Very nice. And then we can come down here and we can do something like with open out.zip write binary as f.write payload. So now we will have looped through this whole PCAP. We have pulled out from each one, we will have pulled out the associated 16 bytes, and we'll write that to a file. Because that took so long to write the first time, I'm actually going to do this all on my, so I can go up here and rerun this. But for whatever reason, parsing that took a long time. So I'm just going to actually run this stuff in my Python terminal down there. And let's see, what is len of payload? We can play with it. Okay, 161,000 bytes. And let's write that to a file. And I've still got it in my script, so if I ever do want to rerun it, I can. But let's go to a new screen here, and we will do file on out.zip. And it is, in fact, a zip file. We can do unzip. I'm going to try to go a little bit faster here because I'm realizing I'm going longer than expected. Whenever I run unzip, I always start with unzip -l. In this case, we can see it's going to put everything in a FINI directory, so that's great. But it's really annoying when you've got a directory with a bunch of stuff that you've been working in, and all of a sudden you unzip some file and it just dumps 30 more files in there, and you get completely lost. So in this case, it doesn't matter. But if this had not been in a directory, I would have definitely wanted to put it in one before I unzipped. So we'll do a quick unzip, and we will go into this directory and see what we got here. So looking through this, it's clear. This is another one where we could start Googling some of these file names, and we will quickly figure out this is a Firefox profile. Things like places.sqlite for cookies.sqlite. This is how Firefox is storing what's going on with you as you do things. So we want to parse that. My favorite tool, I've used this in a bunch of Hack the Box write-ups recently, is a tool called Fire PWD. So we will do Python. I've got it in my opt directory, Fire PWD. And if we run it with -h, you can see it'll show you basically we point it at a directory here with -d. So we'll do -d and we'll point it at the current directory. Let's go up a directory, and we will do -d fini, and we run it. And it's going to dump out all the saved passwords and things, which in this case actually gives us the flag. So here's the flag right here. This save password includes the Cyber Apocalypse flag. So there's other stuff in here that might be interesting, but that's the solution to this challenge. So given that I'm taking longer and it's going slower than I expected, I'm going to jump straight over to the next challenge I was going to look at, which was called Invitation. I'm always excited when I get to look at a phishing doc challenge that I didn't write, because it means I get to solve a phishing doc. So let's see, they give us the prompt here is, last night I received an invitation, but after I accepted, some weird things were happening in my computer. I've got a invite.docx.docm, and we're going to ignore the Python script for now. So what we're going to do with this is we are going to run OLE VBA. We could open this up. So typically, if I was doing this like in a professional setting, I would want to take this over to a isolated Windows box and take a look. Maybe you want to look at the document and what's going on. But when you can work on a Linux box, it's really nice because the odds that this Office macro is actually going to infect you is very low. So it's very safe to play here. OLE VBA is kind of my go-to thing for looking at embedded macros. So if we run that on this, and I'm going to type it into less, because otherwise it's going to just scroll through my whole screen. It dumps out the macros just like you could get by going into the native tools. So again, looking through here, we've got the file here and it's OpenXML. There's some macros going on here. Now it actually turns out this stuff at the top here is actually repeated. I don't quite understand why it printed it twice, but we can see here VBA macro, new macros.bas. There's a sub, which is like a function called auto open, which is this is what's going to run when you open it, auto open. We'll notice right away this ODSU function right here is being passed what looks like a bunch of hex strings. And we'll go down some more. We keep getting just lots of that pattern of just decoding hex strings, it looks like, until we get to the very bottom. And this really, anytime you see the shell command, like that's with VBA, you want to zoom in on, like, okay, I'm looking at the shell command. That's something is running here. And it's running the result of a lot of these, decode commands. Again, I'm assuming it decodes. And in fact, we don't need to assume for very long, because right here we have that function. And what is it doing? Well, it takes in a string and it is looping over that string, stepping the length of that string, stepping 2 at a time. And it is then basically getting the midpoint of wherever I am and getting 2 bytes. So it's going to get 2 characters at a time. It's going to put &h in front of it. So you're going to have &h character, which in VBA is hex. It's going to get the value of that. So it's going to convert that hex value into a number, and it's going to turn it back into a character. So we are basically hex decoding this. It is anding that with the name of the function. VBA is a crazy language, and for whatever reason, the return that you set the function name equal to something to return it. So if I have a function named hello, I can say hello equals and give it a string, and then that's the string that goes back. So effectively here, what it's doing is it's taking the function name. It starts empty, and it just keeps appending on over this loop a character at a time until it's done and it returns. Then OLE VBA also spits out all this really nice stuff that it thinks is suspicious. So it's calling out for us that there's auto open. It's calling out for us there's a shell. It's calling out for us all this kind of encoding. I'm seeing char. I'm seeing hex strings. I'm seeing a lot of hex strings, which we saw a lot of hex strings too, so that's not surprising. So what I want to deobfuscate this, and this is, for me, again, this is where like whatever you're comfortable doing it in, this is where I've gotten kind of comfortable working in Vim. So what I'm going to do is actually save this to a file, and I'm going to save it to a file. I'll just call it like hex. I think that's probably what that other one is. Hex.txt, right? So we run this again, and it takes a second to run, and we now vim hex.txt, and we're going to, first thing we're going to do is we're going to spend a minute and just delete a bunch of stuff. So we don't need this first copy of here. If we had a little more time, I could go through and show you it is exactly the same. We don't need these headers. So I can get down to here, and I don't actually need these variable declarations. I can delete all that, and I can come down to the bottom and do the same thing. And I don't actually need this hex decode function because I know what it's doing now. Oops, I meant to do Shift V to select rows, and now I can go down. I don't need all this alert stuff, so I'll get rid of it as well. And there's two ways I can go about it. I can sort of make myself some pseudocode and just sort of try to figure out what's going on. Actually, I think I can make this without too much difficulty into a Python script. I already showed you guys I like Python, so why not work with that, right? So first of all, what we want to do is we want to do, so I'm going to do colon to go down into the Vim menu, %s for substitute, / I'm going to replace that with, let's see, we'll call it unhexlify, which is the Python thing for taking a hex string and turning it back into bytes. And we will do that with globally. And so now all of those things became unhexlifies. Now we also need to deal with, okay, well, they're appending strings with ampersand. So we want to get rid of that. So we'll do the same thing. %s, we're going to replace ampersand with plus globally. They also, in VBA, when you want to extend a line, you put underscore and then a new line. And we want to get rid of that because Python will be very confused by that. So we'll do %s this underscore back n, and we will just put a nothing there because it looks like let's put a space just to be sure, and we'll get rid of that. And now we have not that many lines. Let's go to the very bottom here. So yeah, we have 5 lines. You can see right here at the bottom of the screen, 5 lines. The 5th line is 207 long. So it looks like, we're setting a variable here, which is going to be unhexlify a bunch of this stuff. We'll go ahead and do from bin ASCII import unhexlify. I always misspell that, so it's probably still misspelled, but let's see. We'll see in a second. So now we run that, and we get down to this. So all these first 4 lines are going to run fine because they're just taking in hex strings, unhexlifying them, and building strings. This shell string is not going to work fine. Let's get rid of it. We don't need the shell part. We want to just know what it was going to do. So we'll go to the end of the line here, and that looks like it's going to work for us. We can do a print x here. So I've called this hex.txt. Let's move hex.txt to hex.py, and we'll run. There's no way this is going to work the first time, but let's give it a try. Hex.py. Oh, it did work. Beautiful. So what did it print out? Okay, it was going to pass to shell, PowerShell.exe, no exit, hidden, blah, 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 encoded command this. So that's pretty cool. So we've just pretty quickly gone through and taken this encoded VBA, converted it to Python, and gotten what it was trying to do. I'm going to shrink down this text so we can copy this because this looks very clearly like, I was smaller than I intended to go. This looks very clearly like some encoded commands here. Let's run this again so we can get a clean copy. And we're going to grab this. And we're going to see what it is. Let's go to a new window. We'll do echo. And I realize this is tiny, but I'll make it big in a second. And we're just going to pipe echo this between quotes into base 64 minus D so we can see what it's going for. In fact, let's do that and pipe into less. And now we'll get big again. So we have an issue here. This is something you're going to be very familiar with if you deal with Windows stuff, which is that Windows likes UTF-16. And so what we're really dealing with, this looks unreadable, right? But what we're really dealing with is all these up caret followed by @ signs are just null bytes. So we can get rid of that. Let's go back to our script. Probably gonna run out of time here before I get to actually finish. But we can go to our script here real quick, and let's say print x, and we will decode UTF-16 and see if that fixes it for us. Oh, we gotta. Oh, that's not gonna. No, because it's not gonna fix it because it's base 64. We can go back into here and we can base 64 in here. We could also. Yeah, we'll do that. So we will come in here and we will say from base 64 import B64 decode, and we will B64 decode X, and then we will decode that UTF-16. See if that works. So we have Python x.py. Ooh, that did not work. We will go back. Let's do this the other way. Let's go ahead and grab this string, and we'll go into CyberChef, because that seems like when you're having trouble with the command line, you can always go to CyberChef. So I don't even know how long I've been going, Sodi. If I probably am running out of time here. But I will just keep going until she tells me I should stop.
Hey, David. Yes, we are a little bit out of time. If we can wrap up a little, I don't want to interrupt the flow because I see how engaged everyone is. So,
cool. I can wrap it up pretty quickly, I think.
Thank you.
The problem with live demos is that it always breaks when you're not expecting. So we're going to run it. We'll go to CyberChef real quick. We can throw this into CyberChef, and it'll decode. Well, this is assuming CyberChef ever loads for me. So what we're going to find is this has got some encoded PowerShell like we expected. And what's neat about this challenge, and what threw me the first time, is that the challenge actually, you very quickly you're like, oh, there's another base 64 encoded blob. I better look at it, and you decode it, and it's very clearly a reverse shell. And you think, cool, I found the reverse shell, but then it's not clear why. There's no flag. You don't know what it's doing. So what's going on? And there's some other stuff going on around it, and that actually is setting that command to run as a scheduled task. And so it's in that scheduled task that you actually find the flag. So I guess the moral of the story and the tip I would give you guys going forward for, as you do this tomorrow and in CTFs in general, is make sure you try to, look at the different places it's going. Don't always just go to the first thing you see. Or if you do, you might run into a dead end. Don't be afraid to back up a little bit and look at different parts of the code and understand what's going on. So I don't know why CyberChef. I don't know exactly why. I don't know if it's StreamYard eating all my bandwidth or what, but this seems like a demo fail on this point. So maybe this will be a good place to turn it over to Sodi and kick it back to you all.
Thank you. Thank you very much, David. Yes, it's true. It takes a little bit of a lot of bandwidth, but it works pretty good. So thank you very much for having you here at the talks. Did you enjoy it? Everyone is excited, to be honest.
Oh, good. Yeah, you always like it better when your demos work flawlessly. But when I used to always watch like the IPSEC videos, my favorite parts were when he got stuck on something, because you get to watch how he thinks through things and how he troubleshoots. Hopefully you all got some value out of that, even when I floundered a little bit.
That's very nice. Let's get some of the questions that we have. So, what is your favorite kind of forensics challenges?
Oh, I mean, for me, I love fishing documents. I think they're so fascinating. I've given a presentation on this before last year. If you want to go check that out, it's on YouTube. I just think the cat and mouse game of, attackers. It's not a technical escalation. Like, it's not the most elite thing in the world. It's just like creative thinking and how do I get my payload into a document that someone's going to run. And I mean, again, these guys, a lot of the ones who are doing it they're the bad people out there, right? They're doing it to try to do bad things, but like, you got to like tip your hat to the creativity that they come up with. It's impressive.
And what is new in phishing documents?
You're seeing Microsoft just recently is making it so that you can't run macros out of documents that have the mark of the web, so things that you download. And so that's been I think that's going to be really effective. And so you're starting to see things like wrapping so the first thing the bad folks came up with is, what if I put a phishing doc inside an ISO file and attach that? And when you open the ISO file's got the mark of the web, but the phishing document doesn't. So then, we bypass that. Well, now they fixed it. So it's just, again, it's the cat and mouse thing of just going back and forth.
Okay. To be honest, I don't know if someone from my previous pentest team is watching, but it was one of my also most amazing things to create the phishing documents and how you can bypass all the Wi-Fi. And like we were, oh, that is actually very funny. We were sending documents to each other, and we were trying to, to check the corporate antivirus. So we were trying, to bypass. I don't know what we had at the time back then. So yes, and we're trying, and we're sending it to people and say, open it, it's okay. They didn't know. In order to understand, of course, because if we run it in our laptops, the IT would take them for review, etc. And we wanted Windows native and like a paid infra. So we were sending it to people who's like, open it. It's okay. I want to see something. So yeah, I can understand your passion about it. It always also changes. So thank you very much, David, for your time. And I'm going to remove you now from the stream. So
sounds good. Bye, everyone.
And we are going in a very small break, and we will be back with our sponsor, Siemens. We have their expert in cybersecurity, Ignacio, who is going to share with us how they use Hack the Box in their day-to-day life. What have they found? How tips about cybersecurity by them, updates, career opportunities. It will be 7 minutes, but it will be very fun. And after that, make sure to ping everyone to join, because after Ignacio and Siemens, we have the one and only, the talk that you were anticipating the most. Without this voice, I hoped I didn't have that, but I'm so sorry. IPSEC. So we are going in a small break, and we will be right back with Ignacio and Siemens. Heyo. I'm the only one that is really in love with this music and like this intro and outro. So now we have our amazing guest, our guest of honor for today, from our sponsor Siemens. I'm going to show the video, and then we are going to have Ignacio with us in order to share his wit about cybersecurity. Most important, to be honest, let me tell you a little more things about Ignacio. So, Ignacio is Global Enterprise Architecture Security at Siemens. So no, global enterprise security architect. It's different. uh, I don't know how much. I can say one thing: how stressful is to have this position. I cannot know, and how you can get this far. So I think we will be very inspired also by his journey that he will share. And of course, let's stay tuned. Let me add the video. It will take me a minute. Perfect. So,
Hello, everyone. My name is Ignacio. I'm a security architect at Siemens, and for me, it's an honor talking to you right now. I think I started playing with Hack the Box about 4 years ago. I'm not ranked very high, but when I have some spare time, I really enjoy playing with the challenges and the boxes. I think I really think it's a great way to learn hacking. And by the way, I'd like to send a big thank you to IPSEC because he has really great videos solving boxes, and I have learned a lot watching him. So thank you. So at Siemens, we are thrilled to be the diamond sponsor of this CTF. We strongly believe that in any organization, besides having an information security governance and a risk management, where you can have policies, you can have rules, you can say how to do security in your organization, and besides also having a strong defense capability where you defend your company, you have incident response, you have a SOC or a CDC with a lot of people defending your company. For us, detection services is fundamental. All that is related with penetration testing, bug bounties is fundamental. If you think about it, this is the only point in time where you will check for sure if all the things that you have implemented in terms of security, so any firewalls or security development programs or zero trust solutions, whatever you have implemented, this is a point where you check if this is really working. So this is for us something fundamental. Now, I think we can all agree that in the world of IT, cybersecurity needs have incredibly grown. So I think we are on a what we say always is that we're on a sweet moment if your passion is cybersecurity. I mean, I wish I had all these resources when I was younger. But today at Siemens, as hardware manufacturer and as a global company, we are in 190 countries right now. We have more than 300,000 employees, so we are really global all around the world. And this gives us the possibility of having a great visibility in terms of not only in terms of IT, but OT and ICS infrastructure. So um, we we do see nowadays an important increase on the demand and also on the number of attacks on OT and ICS infrastructure, industrial control systems. This is an important moment in history, I would say, and if you ever think about learning on not only in penetration testing on IT but on the OT side, I think Siemens is a great place to work. Not only that, Siemens was recently listed as number one in sustainability. That's a big proud for us. We are really happy with this. This was done in the Dow Jones Sustainability Index. On the other hand, if you want to, if you're a freelance or you're independent and you still want to do some research in terms of cybersecurity, we have a hall of thanks. So if you report any security issue, we list you in this list. This has been ongoing since 2011, so it has already 11 years old. And in terms of jobs, if you go to jobs.siemens.com, you will see that we have quite a lot of positions right now for cybersecurity. As I said, we're on a sweet moment. We have 71 positions. Sometimes it's 100, sometimes it's 50, but we are currently hiring a lot. So you will see that you have a lot of different positions in terms of cybersecurity officers. You have also incident response. You have, of course, penetration testing. You can, if you're a project manager, or penetration testing in terms of IT, OT, or product and services. So a lot of interesting positions all around the world. So I encourage you to take a look at this list. It's really cool. I can only recommend it. So in terms of the cybersecurity team at Siemens AG, for the last 3 years, we've had spectacular growth. We are almost 400 in total, and we are still hiring a lot in our cybersecurity hubs. We have an open initiative called CyberMinds Academy that has launched this CTF with Hack the Box, among other initiatives. And as you can see, it's a program that supports people that are passionate about cybersecurity, helping them to learn and get experience on cybersecurity on our 4 main hubs. These hubs are located at Madrid, Lisbon, Munich, and Mexico, as you can see over here. And also, as you can see, it is starting right now. So if you're interested, please apply quickly to it. I think, to be honest, this is especially interesting because of the opportunity it brings students and junior people to learn operational technology and ICS, industrial control systems. And this is an excellent way to see the differences between IT and OT, ICS threats and attacks. So I can just encourage you to also take a look at this CyberMinds initiative from Siemens. So thank you all for your participation. I hope you will enjoy the CTF. If you enjoy it half as much as I enjoy them, it would be already great. So may the best hacker win, and good luck.
Hello, Ignacio. How are you?
Good, good. How about you?
I am good. I'm very happy. I'm very happy that the stream is going amazing. Everyone is enjoying it a lot.
Yeah, congratulations on that. Really, really amazing. I really enjoyed it too.
So, question from me. Why are you sponsoring the CTF?
So in Siemens, we currently are having a spectacular growth. As I said, it's we are having a lot of demand. We are working on many different fields. We have a lot of organizations that work on smart infrastructure, digital industries, factory digitalization, IoT stuff, OT stuff, industrial control systems. So there's a lot of projects ongoing. We are hiring a lot, and one of the best ways, I think, to hire people is doing it with the help of companies like Hack the Box. And for sure, for me, you're the number one. So I'm a fan.
Thank you. And how did you started with cybersecurity?
So I started about 13 years ago, more or less. I had the chance to work in Switzerland, and there I was working on an architecture position, and then I had the possibility to work with the people that were working on the SOC, on the Security Operations Center. I started to work with them together in terms of architecture and seeing how they were working. And I started to learn about cybersecurity there. I got passion immediately, and I started to do the typical trainings, basic trainings first, and I got to more deep penetration testing trainings. And finally, I've done a lot of different positions in terms of vulnerability management and others. So I'm really passionate about it right now.
And how did you find out about Hack the Box?
To be honest, I'm not sure if it was one of my friends from Switzerland. I asked him immediately. He was one of these guys that has been working on cybersecurity all his life and very knowledgeable, very technical, and old as me. So he had more experience in cybersecurity, and I told him, please give me all the best recommendations to learn. So, and he told me in terms of ethical hacking, penetration testing, etc. Hack the Boss is one of the best. So that's how I knew you.
Okay, and what about IPSEC? Because you actually opened the talk by saying thank you to IPSEC. So what about you?
Yeah, so I was speaking this morning with somebody from my company, from Siemens, and I told him, it's funny because you don't know how many times I have watched videos from IPSEC when you get to bed and you're going to go to sleep and you say, well, what do I want to see, a series, or maybe I'm going to see a video from IPSEC, And so I've seen many times how he does this, because he's I think he's very passionate, and he explains everything very well and very honestly. So I remember, for example, a video that he went like, sorry guys, as he says always, hi YouTube. I've been 3 weeks on vacation, but I'm gonna try to do my best, and he did it so well that I said, well, this guy is awesome.
Okay, so as I promised, what we're going to do is, and for everyone that is asking, the stream is live. Some of the talks, actually just 2 talks, were pre-recorded, but everything else is live. And of course, the stream will be uploaded in our YouTube later. So as I promised, let's get IPSEC together in the stream, because you were very excited to meet him. And then we will go for a small break for everyone, and we will back with IPSEC and your questions that you submitted, and also make sure that you leave all your questions from now on that you want to ask IPSEC, because he has to reply them, because that's his destiny today. He agreed for an AMA, he will do it all the way. So let's give it up to IPSEC, the guru. Hey!
I had to start the whole starting muted thing going on, so it was muted. But what's going on, everyone?
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. How about yourself?
Amazing. I promised to our guest that I will introduce you. So, IPSEC, this is Ignacio. Ignacio, this is IPSEC.
Hey.
Hey, man. How you doing?
Good. How about yourself?
Good. Very nice to meet you.
It's nice meeting you too.
IPSEC, what was your background? What you used to do? You do everything, because Ignacio said something about passion. I have to say that for everyone that is watching, IPSEC internally is everywhere, from community to marketing, not just hacking and content and main platform and CTFs and everything, everywhere. He has his 2 cents for everything. He's very passionate. So, IPSEC, do you want to tell us about a little bit your experience for working in Hack the Box before we go for a small break?
Yeah, no, it's been great working for Hack the Box. It's actually like my first time being fully dedicated into security. I've always been like an admin in the past. And I remember I want to say it was like 2012, 2013, when like Stuxnet was a big thing. We actually had purchased a bunch of Siemens network to build a mock brewery, because everyone was doing that type of demo in terms of marketing of, we're going to put this quote unquote malware in and try to brew beer and it's going to overflow, right? So that was like my first experience with actual Siemens hardware, and I loved it. But I've always been part of like building things and setting things up. And I think that helps me a lot when it comes to trying to tear things down, because I can kind of understand what's going on at the foundational level. I joined Hack the Box, I want to say like a year and a half ago. I've lost count of the number of months. And I mainly did it because I wanted to work from home. My last job, I was like commuting 90 minutes to 2 hours every day. And I wanted a shift to go back to like working from home, and bought a house, moved out in the middle of nowhere, and now life's great.
How it is, Ignacio, over there at Siemens? Do you work also remote? Do you have to go to the office? How it is?
Yeah, we've been doing a lot of remote working, and right now we're on a middle point where we are getting to an agreement with the company, but more or less we work like 2 days from the office, 3 days from home. But if not, it's really not that we're not strict in that terms, because if 1 week you need to work 4 days from home, we can do it. That's no issue. So it's pretty good too.
I agree, because it's nice. First of all, it's nice. I find it also with our team here in Hack the Box. It's nice to go sometimes to the office, because it takes me also a lot of like 30 minutes to go and 30 minutes to go back from the office. But it's very nice. You bond with each other in a different way, and all of us in Hack the Box cannot wait for the meetup. Ipsec didn't join this year due to COVID. That the whole company is getting together, which is an amazing initiative that they have been doing for years. But it's very nice that you have the flexibility to work from home, do your thing, be more relaxed. COVID had one or two good things. One of them was to be able to work from home. So I will go to a small break in order to give our community 2 minutes to chill, and then we will be back, me and Ipsec, to answer your flaming questions. So thank you, Ignacio. Thank you, Ipsec. Let's go to a small break, and we will be right back in 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Yep. Take care.
Take care.
See you all soon.
And we are back. So a little disclaimer before we start. For everyone in the comments, actually this music is not available. We have it for the CTF only, so maybe you can have the talks again and again in repeat. But thank you that you liked it so much. I was very excited myself as well. So let's give it up to Ipsec. I am so glad that I have you here in the stream. How do you feel?
A bit nervous, but good. How about yourself?
Why nervous? Oh, this one.
I mean, I normally don't do these things, so just nervous of doing something new.
Yes, I know, but we do it for a good cause. We do it for Cyber Apocalypse, and the guru is going to give some amazing tricks for the CTF that we have tomorrow for all of our players. And also, with the CTF, we're donating also $10K to Doctors Without Borders, and we have amazing prizes as well. So, how have you been, Ipsec?
I've been good. No complaints here. The weather's been a bit bad, lots of rain lately, but outside of that, everything's good. How about yourself?
If we try to remove from the conversation my run and nose situation, unfortunately, everything is perfect. I have to say something that whatever guys you feel that you see Ipsec in the stream, it was very different when we also have to work with each other. Because at first it was like, oh my God, Ipsec is showing up. I have to be my best. Like it took us some time to understand he's a real human being and to not treat him like God, but to be able to not have this hype and make a fool of ourselves. So now, honestly, have I made a lot of fool of myself when I first met you?
No, I don't think so. Not at all. I don't know. I don't really view myself that way as a lot of people view me. Like, I know every time we do these things, I'm like, oh, chill down on the intro a bit because I just want to be a dude, right?
Yeah.
So
it was very also something that I really liked that you did is that the first time that you showed your face after 3-4 years of creating videos, it was for a good cause. Not with us, with UHC, that you did this stream. So kudos for that, Ipsec. Amazing ethics. And are you ready to start with the questions?
I think so. I hope nothing's too hard.
And he leaves the stream. I don't want to do this at the end. Okay, so if someone also wants to know a little bit more about Ipsec and an interview, he did an amazing blog, Ipsec interviewing Ipsec. And I love your quote. I love that quote. I think I died when I was laughing on the floor when you saw. I think I know pretty good myself, so I decided to do this interview. It was so funny. Well, kudos also for this. So let's go with the first one. What else do you enjoy besides hacking?
I'm not actually at the computer a lot nowadays outside of working and doing the videos, which now because I work for Hack the Box, I can make the videos part of my job. So that's always nice. Outside of it, I always like doing social sports. So I'm in a kickball and softball league locally. We have friends that play a bunch of board games. So I remember being part of a D&D group with other people that were in tech, but they weren't really hackers. And no one really knew I had the YouTube channel until after 8 months in a D&D campaign, which I always found funny. But outside of D&D, I play Dominion, Settlers of Catan, Red Dragon Inn, Munchkin. I love board games, and it's one of my favorite things to do at conferences because when we go, I don't really go for the actual talks as much as I do for hanging out in the hotel and just playing board games. So, yeah.
Okay. So it depends on the talk, though. I do not believe it will have a 0 day from Waldo and you will be playing the board games.
Oh no, I still go to the talks. It's more of an excuse for friends all over the world to get together. And then we all go watch the talks, do whatever the party is sometimes. But after the talks, we normally end up back in a hotel room and just play board games.
That's very nice. So you bring your own board games with you?
Yeah, everyone brings their own board game and we kind of switch it up between nights.
Oh, that's so cool. And the next question it is, how did you decide to start your career in cybersecurity?
I think it was kind of a mistake, honestly. Like, so
Okay.
back in like high school, like I've always been into tech. My brother is 7 years older than me, and he's also into tech. So a lot of it was kind of like learning through osmosis of just
Okay.
like following his footsteps. But I've never been one to do a lot of paperwork. And in high school, I was in like advanced placement for psychology because I wanted to be like a psychologist because the brain always fascinated me. But
Okay.
I never applied to college. And then my plan was to go in the Air Force, but I didn't apply to that either. And one of my teachers in high school was also a college professor, put my resume in with like his college students. And I got a job without them knowing I was a high schooler because of a blog I had ran along with some other things. So that got me in the door like as a sysadmin. And I've always been like that at the heart. And I think the main thing that drives like the difference between me and other people is I always want to learn how things work. Like I always make the joke like a bad sysadmin is going to put automation in to just restart things and keep things running. So like if you have a Java application, the other sysadmin at that job, like in 2008 or something, I forget what it was, just had something in, it was either Nagios or HP OpenView, I forget which one, that would just restart the application whenever it crashed. And I was like, well, why is it crashing every 5 days? And I wanted to know. So I hooked up into a JMX console, which gives you debugging information in Java apps, and noticed a memory leak. I think it was in like the Eden memory space. And I didn't know anything like that at the time. I just did a bunch of research and kind of tried to figure that out. And I think that's what helps me a lot in security is because I always just keep pulling on a thread and setting goals to try to keep learning. So I've always been sysadmin because of that. I think is what led me into security because I had a deep understanding of just how things worked.
Okay.
And I didn't get into videos to teach, which many people think I did or share my knowledge. I had a speech impediment called rhoticism, which has like Kripke and the Big Bang Theory. It's hard to say R's. I think Elmer Fudd also has it. So also when I was just out of high school, I funded a esports tournament called the Open Wolf Cup. It's in StarCraft 2. And I did a lot of commentating then. The whole reason I funded it was so I could commentate StarCraft 2, because at the time that was my passion. I've always been like a big gamer and things like that. And I ended up having a job opportunity to move to Korea to cast StarCraft 2. At the same time, I got a job potentially as a security person, but I had to pass the OSCP. So I quit my current job. And then I said, if I'm going to fail the OSCP in 45 days, I'll just move to Korea and I'll live my life as an esport commentator. If I pass it, I'll do the security thing. If I like it, I'll stick with it. And here I am. Like, I liked it, did it for a year, and I was like, well, I need to keep talking. So I opened a YouTube channel while I did Hack the Box. And I guess like 4 or 5 years later, here I am.
Okay, and I think that is a very nice way to jump into the next question, which is, why did you decide to join Hack the Box at the end of the day?
Yeah, so I guess this is a two-part question. I don't know if it's exactly why I joined the platform or why I joined the company, right? I
Joined
joined
the
the
company, I
platform.
think.
Oh, answer both. We have time.
Yeah. Okay. Yes, of course. Plenty of time.
Yeah. So I remember like I had passed OSCP. I was done with the whole like vulnerable thing. Like a lot of the challenges I didn't like at the time because they were quote unquote like CTF-y, which I hate that word, but here I am using it. But when I think of that word, I think of it like a lot of the challenges try to talk to the player to tell them to do something. So if you see like a to-do.txt saying, I need to patch this thing and create like a checklist of things to do, or some like cheesy email, like talking to the player, telling them. I didn't really like that type of stuff because the most important thing to me when doing these challenges is recon. And when people just tell you what to do, you lose out on that recon. And if you keep losing out on the recon, you get really good at just like typing in the commands to exploit things, but not actually finding them. So you end up getting into these spots where you're doing work and you can't spot the vulnerabilities that are there because someone's always told you they were there. When in reality, if you like do it quote unquote the hard way, you learn things like, oh, I'm going to look at timestamps to see if this file was placed there by the package manager or actual user, or this login takes half a second longer than all the other logins, so it's probably a valid username. you don't learn all those subtle recon things on a lot of other platforms, at least at that time. But Hack the Box, you did. So I remember the first box I did was like through a Google chat of a friend asking a question about bypassing an XSS filter. And at the time, I forget exactly what CTF was going on, but someone cheated at a CTF and they did a weird IP tables rule to make their IPs look like they came from some 3-letter agency or something and block traffic and like just take the whole CTF down for select teams. But they did that after doing a bunch of like IP encoding. And the challenge in Hack the Box was actually, I don't think it was based upon that. Goblin, I think, created the challenge, but it was based upon using an IP address not in its normal way, either like hexadecimal octal format. So not like 192.168.1.1, it would be in the hex format, and you bypassed a filter. And I knew that from just reading a blog. And when someone told me that, I was like, where'd you actually encounter this? And they told me Hack the Box. I joined the platform and been with it ever since. And I've always liked that it tries to go out of the way to make sure you learn how to do recon. And that's probably why I've stuck with it. Talked about kind of why I joined the company a bit earlier. It's mainly because I really enjoy the platform and think it's a really good thing. I was a sysadmin / pen tester / whatever, like jack of all trades at my last company. And unfortunately, it was on site, so I was driving a lot. And I didn't want to keep driving. I wanted to move away from the city, get a house. So I did that, and Hack the Box was my passion at the time, so I joined it.
Perfect. And I think every single one in Hack the Box is very happy that we have you officially on board. I believe also I was the one saying, well, when are you when are you going to join? When are you going to join? Please join, please join. So thank you very much for coming on board and for doing this massive work with the community as well.
Yeah, I remember a funny story before I joined. I forget exactly what year it was. It was probably 3 or 4 years ago. Maybe, yeah, probably then. The whole like timeline of me is screwed lately. But me, OXDF, and 2 other friends, Barry and Kyle, had flown from US to Germany for a Sans Net Wars competition. It was like the European thing, European Championship. And we eventually won that. But one of the selling points was Chap flew from, I want to say he was in Greece at the time, probably. But he flew from there to Germany just to hang out with me for a day and said, one day I'll get you to work for the company. And like, he's been very persistent and he eventually won.
Yes, I remember also this day because he was at the office.
Yeah.
And he finished his work and he said, now I'm going to catch a plane and I'm going to talk to him. So I'm like, oh, yes, when did you plan? And he said, no, I didn't plan this trip. He's there. I'm going to meet him. I'm going to catch a flight. And like, he didn't have even the baggage or something. He just took his backpack and he came to meet you.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go to this question. How do you imagine yourself in 10 years from now?
10 years from now, I'm hoping I'm doing the same thing. I enjoy life right now, so that means videos. I'd hope to do more videos. I always try to get like 2 to 3 videos a week, but I've been stressed about keeping up with the whole weekly cycle. But I've started kind of fixing that because we may have some changes in the future that make machines retire a bit quicker. So bit spoilery there, but that means I have to be quicker at machines, which means I'll be able to put more videos out, which is good. So I hope in 10 years I'm still doing YouTube videos and working for Hack the Box.
We wish the same also. And I can imagine you're like, no, not another release, not another video. No, war keeps videos. We want them. So a question that came from the chat, and thank you, Emma, for adding it here now. What is in your bookshelf? And what do you read?
Oh, so the bookshelf behind me, let's see, which hand is it? This hand. That shelf is like offensive books. That shelf is defensive books. And that is random books. I have another bookshelf out of my office that has a bunch of non-technical books. There's the Expanse series in the cabinet that is next to the bookshelf over there, I want to say. But Yeah, huge fan of books. And then I have 3 books on the table because I'm assuming there's gonna be a question about my favorite books.
Okay. And what is your favorite book?
Favorite book probably would be Cuckoo's Egg, which I don't have that book because I have it on Kindle and Audible. But
Okay.
yeah.
And do you read also other stuff like literature or psychology that you said that you really liked?
Oh yeah, there's like I want to say the bottom shelf. I forgot to say. It's like a Shakespeare library of all his stuff.
Shakespeare inspired box when?
Maybe
It
one
will be
day.
fun. Maybe one day.
It may have to be a prolab. His stories are pretty complex.
I like the reference. Yes, it is. Oh, yes. And each host can be a different play, or the play is developed throughout the different hosts. Next level. So, how do you train and keep your skills sharp? How do you keep up with security?
It's always just staying on the latest trend of what people are talking on. A long time ago, it was like Slashdot, Hacker News, Dig. It moved over to Reddit, NetSec, and now it's mainly on Twitter to stay like on top of the latest vulnerabilities. How do I train to keep my skills sharp? I would say it's mainly just like who I am. Like I always set miniature goals and try to accomplish those goals on a weekly, monthly, etc. basis. Maybe the OKR system kind of mirrors what I do internally, but I don't have any college experience. All my learning has been self-taught. So I view that as like my expertise. And it started out like middle high school era. Like I ran a blog and I didn't know what I was going to write about, but I put 3 posts out a week with friends, like Monday, Wednesday, Friday, because we liked XKCD comics and we followed their release cycle. But it always forced us to learn new things and just like coordinate. I'm going to be learning this. You're going to learn this. You're going to learn this. And just keeping up, always trying to measure progress over months. Hack the Box has been great for that because now I don't have to really pick what I'm going to learn. Hack the Box picks for me with what retires, and the week it retires is normally me struggling learning all the technologies the box uses and putting out the video.
What you said, that's very nice. We should use it. Anyone from marketing that is watching this, that actually Hack the Box is picking what you will learn by the boxes that retire. For sure, I know. I remember that I always watch your videos every Saturday. Even if I'm cleaning, if I have to do something else and I will not play the machine, I always put it in the background. It's like something sacred that you do every weekend, at least for the hackers. And what you said, I'm going to skip some questions and I will go to this one and then we will go to the ones that we had before. To what you said, that does degree matters in cybersecurity? And I think the answer is...
I don't think it matters that much, but I still think you should do it. It's one of my regrets in life is not following through with college. And it's not so much about the degree. It's about like the whole social aspect. At least in the United States, there's a lot of cool things for college students to do, like the National Cyber League, the CCDC, Hack the Box has Uni CTF. Like there's a lot of just programs out there that are for college students. And you meet a lot of other people that are into the same thing as you locally. And like, I can't imagine what life would be like without my CTF buddies like OXDF, right? And like, we can't be friends with everyone because it's so much time, but there's hundreds of people not hundreds, like millions of people like us that are just like waiting to be found in those types of things. So I think the college campus in general is just like a breeding ground for social friendships and things like that. I talked about it on, I forget what podcast, it may have been like Live Recon, but I never really went to college, but I social engineered my way into a cybersecurity club to meet people and eventually got kicked out. But like,
what? Wait, story time. Story time. What happened?
Yeah. The college club was for college students only, and I wasn't a college student.
Okay, and how you catfish them?
How'd I what?
You catfish them, like how did you social engineer them?
Oh, I just attended I walked in one day and said I was a student.
Okay, I thought maybe you made the fake ID or something.
No.
Okay.
That being said, that
oh,
now past statute of limitation. Back in high school, it's a good story. I'm from a really small town, and we didn't have enough parking spots for everyone. And there was a grocery store across the street that if you worked there, you could park in the parking lot. So it was either wake up at 4:30, which was like 2 hours before class start, to get a good spot on quote unquote the hill. Or if you didn't wake up that way, it's like a 1.5 mile walk after you drove. So it's like, why drive at that point? Or you worked at this grocery store and you could park in their lot and you just had to hang your badge from the visor so you didn't get towed. Well, I tried to work there. I couldn't get a job there. They didn't hire me. So
okay.
I had a friend there and we faked a badge and I hung that so I could park in their lot.
Nice. Okay. That is also something about security. What they do, like delegating that you pass through doors with someone else or that you copy access cards. But let's not take the discussion there, as it's illegal. Let's change topic and let's go back to more hackish things. What distro do you use as your daily driver?
I'm still on Windows right now. When I first started doing Hack the Box videos, I was on Fedora because I was a sysadmin, like I've always said, and most of what we used was Red Hat or CentOS. And Fedora is closest related to those. I didn't want to use CentOS for some reason. I forget exactly what. I think it was mainly because Fedora is like future Red Hat. So all the technology that eventually goes into Red Hat starts out at Fedora because that's what they use for like beta. So that's what I was using for my daily driver because I would be familiar with things like Firewall D before CentOS or Red Hat implements Firewall D, which was handy to me. The downside is it was beta and unstable. So there were a few times when I went to record and like the NVIDIA driver wasn't supported and I had to like struggle just to get my OS booted so I could record a video. So I switched to Windows because I just wanted things to work. Maybe one day I'll go back to using Linux. I like the X11 subsystem and what is it? It's not X11. i8. I like the i8 window manager a lot, but I haven't used it for years. So
Okay. What about macOS?
I have a Mac laptop. Also when I first started, I would record my videos with OBS on Linux and then copy it over to my Mac, which had iMovie on it, because that was the easiest to use free video editor.
Okay.
When I switched to Windows, I also bought a desktop, which is a bit more powerful than my laptop. So instead of 3 hours to encode a 1 hour video, now I can encode that in like 20 minutes, which is a huge plus for me. It always sucked being like, well, I'm going to hit this encode button and 3 hours later, I can begin the upload process to YouTube. I like Macs, but I've been a fan of Windows mainly because of sysmod lately, because
Okay.
I don't think Mac or Linux has nearly as much visibility into what the operating system is doing. So when it comes to like persistence, finding persistence on Linux is incredibly tough because it can literally be anywhere. Finding persistence on Windows, if they never escalate to admin, it's not a impossible task as it is on Linux.
Okay. That's amazing. Thank you for your intuition and like this security tip why you use the one or the other. And as we say about security tips, our group wants to know what cybersecurity certifications do you have?
I would say every certification I have outside of offensive security is expired. So I don't know if I really have any.
Okay.
I've done a bunch of SAN certifications. I had like the big admin certification from Solaris/Oracle. I failed the CCIE, so I'm still, or I was a CCNA, I want to say, or I forget exactly, or CCNP. It's Cisco certifications. I passed the written test, but failed the hands-on. And then they changed the test on me, so I never like progressed through it. It's one of the reasons why I joined security, because I got fed up with certifications.
That's true. And sometimes the certifications cannot always prove that you're amazing, right?
Yeah. And the second part of the question, I just realized I didn't answer it.
Yes.
What role do I think they play in getting a career? Big one. Like, if I didn't have my YouTube channel, I probably would still be doing the whole certificate game. There's not many people I know that have both a public presence and also carry a lot of certifications outside of like John Hammond, who just somehow finds the time to get all the certs. It's like Pokemon to him or something. But I don't, when I look at resumes, I don't look at what certification you have. I more of look at it like you're continually improving. There's a lot of hate on a lot of certifications like CISSP, Security Plus, CEH, bunch of those. But to me, like, I don't look negatively upon those people that have them. Instead, like, I just want to make sure like someone gets 2 certifications a year. And if someone's getting 2 certifications a year, that like satisfies my thought that they're always going to be a better person than when I hired them. Because the main thing when I'm like doing an interview that I look at is if we hire them now, in 3 years from now, are they going to be a better employee? And if they're getting 2 certifications every year, the answer is yes, they will, because they're learning outside of work. If they just like get a splurge of certifications at once, like whenever they change jobs, they're just doing that because they change jobs. The motivation or passion isn't there.
Yeah.
If they just have like the hardest certification there is, well, they could have cheated that test or just coasted for the next few years and don't really possess that knowledge now. Like, I don't view certifications as what knowledge you have. I view it more as the character behind you, I guess.
Okay. I understand what you're saying, and it's amazing that we have the same mindset in Hack the Box. And it used to be also, I saw that at my previous work, that it didn't matter. They were recruited people that didn't have a CP or something else, because there were people that had certifications and weren't able to pass the exam. But the ongoing thing, I remember at my first interviews, it was like, what is your Hack the Box rank? What is your Hack the Box profile? How do you maintain the continuous learning that you said?
Yeah. Like, if I see a Hack the Box profile, I see they solve 1 box a week, even if it's just the retired box, I know they're continually improving.
Yeah. And what are your top 3 books for defensive or offensive security?
So this was a really tough question, but I looked at my bookshelf for like 5 minutes because I knew something like this was coming up. And the first one is going to be, of course, the Windows internals book. And I guess this would be more of maybe defensive and offensive. I learned both from this. It just says how Windows works on the underlayer. So I was a blue team detection person for a long time, and Windows internals helped me build a lot of detection rules and understand things malware does. Okay. I just want to make sure I didn't break that. The Hacker's Playbook, I don't know if this is the most recent one. This is more of just offensive. It does a really good job of talking about a lot of the exploits. I would start out with the most recent one, and if you really enjoy it, you can read the older ones. They're all great. And then my final one, I wanted it to be like Cuckoo's Egg or Kingpin because I really enjoy those. This is more of the narrative. It's not like about learning. It's just about like a story. But both those that I previously mentioned, Kingpin I have on Audible, Cuckoo's Egg I have on Kindle. So I have a more recent one, Sandworm, which is a really good book as well. It just goes into a lot of tech-related security things. So those would probably be my top 3. If you're like a programmer type, go with the Sys Internals book. If you're just like a pen tester, red teamer, you can go with the Hacker's Playbook. If you just want to read, Cuckoo's Egg, Kingpin, Sandworm are all good.
I have to say that the Windows Journal, I haven't read it, but I have read the Hacker's Playbook. It was on my assignments to read it. And it is actually amazing, very explanatory. It teaches you everything. It explains everything. Like Dragonian said, what is a CSP? How you can abuse it? Like, understand also the mindset. It's very good. And since you discussed about red or blue team books, how about yourself? How do you identify as a red teamer or blue teamer?
I mean, I don't really identify as either. I guess I'm confused. And that term.
Okay.
Like, I guess maybe purple. Like, I do both. I do blue and red. I don't think you can do one without being good at the other. Like, it's really hard to be a good red teamer if you don't understand the blue team side of things, right? Like most of like red teaming, to my knowledge, is reading a lot of documentation, understanding what the blue team set up, and finding ways around that. Like, it's hard to understand how to attack Active Directory if you don't know what like group policy, things like that are.
Yes.
So you really have to have both. And as a blue teamer, it's really hard to defend yourself against red teamers if you don't know what they're after, right? Like my favorite like IOC is Who Am I? Because blue teamers generally won't run Who Am I that often because they logged into the system. They know who they are. Like they log into it every day. Like even if they're using root everywhere, they're not going to run Who Am I after SSHing because they use root day in and day out. Some applications may, but you can just filter that noise out easily, like saying, hey, when this application starts up, it runs Who Am I? We can just filter that out. People like red teamers always run Who Am I when they first get something to see the privilege, and they may run like Who Am I /priv or Who Am I /all to see tokens they have, or tools may do that for enumeration. And if you're just flagging on that command being ran, you may find the attacker. And a lot of blue teamers, when I talk to them, they don't understand that aspect. They're looking for that fancy stuff that's really hard to catch, like Eternal Blue. It's really hard to catch that because it works at such a low level of the operating system.
Okay.
It's not like catching tools, it's catching techniques, methods, things like that. And it's hard to be a good blue team if you don't understand that. So that's why I think being a blue teamer doing Hack the Box is beneficial, because you understand the types of things they'll do.
Yes, and also Battlegrounds can help in that, right?
Yes.
They are amazing for these things. Like, and also like vice versa. The first time that I played Battlegrounds, when you write pentest reports, you say how you patch it, but you never actually go to patch it. So in Battlegrounds that you actually have to go patch it, it's another level. So I really enjoyed them.
Yeah, my favorite thing about Battlegrounds is I remember like just being in the sysadmin doing stupid compliance things, and I didn't really understand the benefits of blacklisting system from the PHP config, right? But if you implement that in Battlegrounds, you'll see like how much slower people get. And then you'll also be able to get alerts. Hey, this web application for the first time in 2 years tried to run system. We blocked it. Maybe you should look at it, right? All those things really stick out. And Battlegrounds is a great way at showing that, because a lot of defense, in my opinion, goes down to like that blinky box thing where you don't actually understand what's going on. You're just hoping like that blue code or whatever web application firewall, Cloudflare, is doing its job, instead of putting good detection mechanisms at the foundation before it even gets to that.
I agree 100%. And I think this also replies to the next question, that do you feel that red and blue teaming divide that much, or actually they work towards the same direction?
I think they're working towards the same direction.
Yeah.
I mean, personally, a lot of times, like when I think, I'm like, is red teaming hurting the industry? Because it does introduce a lot of tools. I think in the end of the day, it does help things, right? If I didn't think that, I wouldn't be putting out my videos. But I think blue teaming, if you're looking for a job, is probably the way to go, because not every company has an internal red team, but every company has, quote unquote, a blue team. They may not call it that, but they have sysadmins running things. If they don't, then chances are they'll be hacked, right? A lot of companies have like outsourced their IT to like MSPs, but I've never seen good when that happens.
Okay, I completely agree. And what is your motivation when you're doing a pen test? And what happens if you don't find a bug? Like when you have to do a report and you don't have enough findings, what is your answer?
Oh, this is a tough question. It really comes down to, again, changing the mindset. Like, a lot of people think people like get pen test or red teaming because they want to find vulnerabilities, when like 9 times out of 10, that's not the answer. There's a few companies that do want to know the vulnerabilities, but most of the time it's dictated by like PCI or some type of accreditation that they want, right? So you hitting in a blank report probably isn't going to be the end of the day for your client. Keep in mind, your client will often like hand out the report to other people. Like I know PCI sometimes they request it just to see did they do a good job. So whenever like I'm doing a pen test, I always have in the back of my mind, what if I don't find anything? I want to be able to write a report that shows I did a good job, right? So that includes taking screenshots as you go, talking about things, and pretty much like I'm always envious of OXDF because when he tests a box, it does a box for the first time, he's pretty much got his blog post written because he takes that good of notes as he solves the boxes most of the time. And that's how you should approach the pen test is if you don't have a flaw, you should be able to still have a report that looks good, right? Like you'll give an executive summary that says no vulnerabilities found, so the executives are going to be happy. And then you give some detail for the sysadmin to show that you actually did work, and they'll be happy. Like they'll be learning things you did. Like, oh, he tried this attack, but I put this mod security rule in to block him. So I'm really happy that what I did was validated by seeing this actually get blocked. And then when they hand the report over to clients, they'll get a report and be like, well, there's no findings, and it looks like these guys did their job. So kudos, you're secure. Like you're satisfying all the fronts. So I think that also helps keep motivation up. Because you're still writing as you go. And oftentimes, if you document a lot of things and you refer back to your notes, you'll realize what you forgot. You may go back and be like, oh, I had a typo here, or maybe I should try a different payload or something like that that just sticks out when you go after it. I notice it all the time when I do videos and like I constantly make typos or something and be like, man, thankfully I still solved this box, but I'm still learning from what I did.
Okay, I completely understand. And from my point of view, it's always it's a trade-off. You cannot find all vulnerabilities in the world in a patched maybe application in 5 days. That you also in those 5 days you have to file also a report and to not work like no tomorrow.
Yeah.
And because this is not a life, it has to have a balance, and it's a trade-off of how much time they give you and info and what you can do, and also your skills and everything. So since you're advising us about reports, would you give an advice to you, not to you now, but to your younger self, like 18, 19, 20 years old?
It would probably be don't be as arrogant and take education more seriously. Like, thankfully, it worked out for me, but I think I got lucky through all the hoops. Like, I guess security is failing until you make it, and thankfully, I persevered long enough to actually somewhat make it. I think so. It worked out for me, but I don't think it will always work out. And if I was going back, I do the more like safe way and sticking with school and doing all those things. Yeah.
Okay, nice. And I know that it's not addressed to me, but if I had to answer this, I would say don't listen to others. Do your own thing.
Yeah.
So, next question is, at what level does scripting become imperative to hacking?
It's a tough question. I
Okay.
don't really think it becomes like imperative to hacking anytime. I think eventually you do need to learn it, but that's not hacking.
Okay.
Scripting in general, I think, becomes useful to anyone using a computer. Like, there's been so many people out there that have just automated a lot of portions of their job through scripting, and that are not related to hacking or like IT even, right?
Oh, really?
Scripting
Okay.
is just like something you should know if you work on the computer often, I think.
Yes.
And I remember like the Hack the Box blog, we kind of were inconsistent with how we did the capitalization on titles because like some people wanted like the normal blog of just the first letters capital, the rest or not. And then other people did like the normal like publication of camel case. So like every main letter is like the first letter of most words is capital. And it was a huge like someone thought it was being a big pain to fix that. But really, it's just 5 minutes in Python to just go through all the blog posts and run a library to fix the casing for you, right? A lot of people would go through the blog post individually and fix it by hand, which at the point it's like 60 posts, and each post would probably take like a minute or two. So it would be 2 hours worth of work. But if you know Python, it's like 5 to 10 minutes worth of work. So it's not really a hacking thing. It's just something that like helps a lot of people with their job. And I also think scripting helps you become a better problem solver because you start like it's a different way of thinking, which security is. So
yes, I understand, and it's not about being a hacker in order to know scripting, because hacking as a concept is do things not in the intended way.
Yeah.
So hacking is a mindset. And since you mentioned the blog, IPSEC now also is responsible, again, with Daphne. I think she will be very happy that you mentioned the blog, and also with a new team member, Hassan. So how do you feel about the blog?
I like it. It's got a lot of good information, I think, on it. And we put a lot of time into every blog post to make sure there's something to take value. And that's something we do, I think, at Hack the Box really well is even when a community submits, like we get a community submission, it goes to what we call the release committee, which is like 6 or 8 of us that review the write-up, talk about it, and like think of what the key takeaway of the box is. And like probably 9 boxes out of 10, we get back with the author and make some slight suggestions on like making sure the goals someone gets out of a box is achieved in the best way, we think.
Okay.
And a lot of times, like I think most authors are thankful that we do that now because it only makes them, and in the end, look better. Like a lot of times we'll catch some like basic things.
I understand. But I agree. But if you had to change one thing in the blog post, what it would be in our blogs?
If I had to change one thing in the blog post, I don't know. I probably want more like technical blog post and
like what is your vision? How would you like to see the blog, not the blog post, my English were wrong, about the blog, like how do you envision the blog?
So I'm hoping the blog serve like it's been a really tough challenge, I think, because the blog was originally like going to be like write-ups. We also offer write-ups, and a bunch of the community does write-ups for things as well. So thinking of ways we can expand upon what we already have is what I want the blog to be. So like
nice.
I wrote a post about like my thought process into the delivery machine, which talks about like my motivation, why I created the machine, talks about a little how I implemented it. And that's what I want a lot more of the blog post to be, is like from creators of boxes talking about the story behind the box, not exactly like the write-up of how to solve this box, because like people do that, like OXDF, I do a video, like that's been done before. But every box I think has an untold story that is interesting, at least to me, and I'm hoping it's interesting to other people.
I think no, that what you say it's actually true, because while we went last month to Netherlands to celebrate the 2-year anniversary of the meetup, and it was and a lot of people commented this that they would like also to see the backstory, and about because you said about your blogs. I really loved the one that you said it's okay to use write-ups.
Yeah.
This is an amazing post. If anyone hasn't read it, it's a must. So let's go to the next question. How are you learning coding language practically? So does it require development background?
I mean, I think development background helps, but I have no real development background when I learned it. I learned by just examining source code and trying to implement it myself. I remember probably my first program was created around AOL Instant Messenger. It was a simple thing to kick people offline through. I think it's an integer overflow in this SML, smile markup language. It's like there's little smiley faces. It was like the cool thing to do in the early 2000s. And like there's a lot of hackers that I still know from that scene.
Okay.
But that was back in like Visual Basics. And like I learned Visual Basic from just examining the source code of other things people put out and like saying, oh, they used this person's DLL. I think it was probably MooSock, which is just a like DLL to connect to the AOL server.
Okay.
And that allowed them to send raw HTML in the AIM client that could potentially crash it. I didn't understand what I was doing at the time, but I understand if I put a bunch of 9s in this one field, the AOL client would crash.
Okay.
And like that was like how I learned coding. It eventually moved into game hacks, and again, I found places online that had the source code to it, and then looked at the source code and tried to figure out what was going on. And then eventually, like just through brute force, I guess taught myself coding, and eventually I would buy books. I think I have a few books of C++ like on that bottom shelf that have been helpful.
Yeah. Well, what they say that in order to become a hacker, you need to know all coding language. Eventually, you will have to know some of everything. But the programming mindset is one. So yes, programming, I think, helps a lot, but you don't have to know to program in all languages. Programming is a skill. The languages can change.
Yeah.
And I love this question. I love this question. How do you manage to find a vulnerability when you're fully stuck and you have tried everything and it seems impossible?
So I think this is where like Hack the Box shines, because it offers a lot of the open-ended problems where you kind of have to like figure it out yourself, which is tough. I remember like Sneaky, I think I mentioned it in a blog post of I had done the box a completely unintended way. It was intended to find an IPv6 address through SNMP, but I figured out you could just pretty much calculate the local IP address of IPv6 and get into it that way. And I figured that out after I took a lot of time away from the computer. Like I struggled at that box for a very long time. And
No,
like
by accident, don't worry. I was reading through the questions.
Just like took a time off, thought about it, and then something popped in my head like IPv6 addresses aren't always random. And I did a lot of research down that and eventually found the vulnerability. I mentioned like Hack the Box being black box is good for that, because I think the problem a lot of people have nowadays is they work too much at guided learning. And I think I talked about that a little bit in the It's Okay to Use Write-Ups post. But about like there's this whole guided and exploratory learning. And guided is when you get handed a bunch of questions and that guides you down the path. And that's what I was talking about before when I was like, I didn't like, before Hack the Box existed, I didn't really like it because a lot of the boxes that were being put out by the community were based like they're telling the person what to do, either through like to-do.txt or something like that, that just guides them to the answer. They don't have to find it out their own way through recon.
Okay.
So how do you manage to find vulnerability when you're fully stuck? I think practicing getting stuck builds your endurance so you can struggle your way through it. I also think like taking time away allows you to do critical thinking. I was a big like esport player. I mentioned StarCraft before, which is a real-time strategy game. And one of the biggest pains with, I guess, video games in general is this thing called cheesing. When someone does something really cheap, it's just like a low blow, right?
Okay.
They enter the fight and do something really low skill that normally gets them a win. In chess, this would be like trying to checkmate someone in 4 moves, right? It's a cheap move. If someone sees it coming, it's not going to work and it's going to set you back really far. But 7 times out of 10, some person may not see it and you'll still look like you're being successful, right? And that's how I view a lot of the guided things is you get that endorphin high because you're making progress, but you're missing a lot of the skills.
Yes.
And when it came to StarCraft, like I'd lose to these strategies and people always were like, your scouting is bad. I'm like, no, I sent my worker across the map and I saw what I saw. And it took a long time for me to understand it's not about just sending the worker, seeing what you see. It's about reading between the lines and seeing what you don't see. In that game, like 2 people have bases, they mine minerals, they build buildings. And when you send your worker across the map, you have to find a way to count the number of workers they have very quickly, because you may only see it for like 5 seconds. And you can notice based upon like the pathing, like through a pathing glitch, I could count it in like half a second. And like, oh, you're missing 2 workers. You sent 1 for scouting and you're doing like hiding a building somewhere else. Or you should have this much money. I should be able to see all this stuff. I don't see this. I'm missing 150 minerals. Where is that 150 minerals? You're not just sitting on it because it's not optimal. So the recon now became not just seeing what you see, it's seeing what, like, understanding what you don't see. So I think that's a lot with security, is people like run these tools that do a bunch of recon for them. Like, I've done my recon, I did Nmap, right? No, you didn't really analyze the results. And because you ran a tool that gave you 50 pages, chances are now you just made that haystack infinitely big, and it's harder to find that needle, right? That's why in my videos, I always say run recon in the background, but I don't do this complex thing of run 10 recon tasks at once. I run them one by one so I can analyze the results slowly. So I don't like, so I have multiple haystacks instead of one big haystack.
Nice. Oh, that's very cool. First of all, I loved that you that you showcased that from other things not related to hacking, you learned, thought process and how to stay there. I loved the thing that you said about hacking endurance. I have never heard about this term. I think we should use it more often. You build hacking endurance with the main platform machines, and I fully agree with not having 50 pages of recon and taking things slow. Amazing tips, IPSEC. This is really tips and tricks from IPSEC. So everyone, tomorrow, we have prizes for many people. Try to go through the recon slowly. And the last question, at least from the ones that we have from the community that are pre-picked, is: do you have recommendations for setting up a local Active Directory lab and practicing enumeration exploitation techniques?
It depends what your goal is. If your goal is to learn Active Directory, I would essentially just do it, I guess. Get like VMware Workstation or something and install a bunch of Windows things and do it. But if you don't want to actually build it, like, I recommend going towards like the old retired machines and trying the newer attacks out on them, like Petit Potem, just various different attacks on it. Or going into like pro labs and trying various attacks and understanding what happens. It may be like some attack requires a fictional user on the box. Why not just set up remote desktop and be that user on the box and try to do it yourself on the lab? Take advantage of all the labs out there that are already built for you and work your way that way. But if you want to actually learn like building IOCs and things like that, I would highly recommend setting up Active Directory from the ground up, putting Sysmon, Elastic, all that stuff on yourself, and then play with it. If you want to know more, I think I have a video like finding what AV missed. I think I talk about that a lot. So
nice. Okay, and last question, but that is from me. So it's not documented and you're not prepared. So you can say something bad whenever you want. What is coming next from IPSEC for Hack the Box and the community? What is your next big vision?
I actually don't know what I'm allowed to say here, because we have I've hinted at some things that were like shorten the retirement cycle of machines. I'm also working to like improve a lot of the pro labs. So it's not retiring pro labs. I want to move some of the older pro labs to be more friendly to beginners while putting out new pro labs. So maybe just a lot of pro lab stuff to be determined. I don't know what I'm allowed to say here.
Okay. No, perfect. No, I understand. Pro lab things to be determined. We're going to change some things in the way how soon they're going to retire and release, etc., and how often. And I think have amazing also battlegrounds that you always host. that everyone is excited. I don't know. Do we have any other questions that are unanswered? I don't think so. So yes, if we had to share one tip to the community about hacking, what it would be?
It would probably be try to find ways to relate things to things you know. I think one of the key things about me is I'm really good at just relating things outside of security to security, like I did before with the whole recon and video game thing.
Mm-hmm.
For me, the best way I learn something or think about it in different ways is when I relate it to something else. I'm like, oh, it's kind of like that. And once you start building that web of things you relate to, it becomes really easy to pick up new technologies because now you're just thinking, oh, it's like that, that's like that, that's like that, right? You may
Okay.
not be 100% correct in your understanding, but the
Yes.
great thing about the internet is if you put your understanding out there, people will tell you when they're wrong because people love being right and being quote unquote smarter than you. So, um, like, always put your research out there because you'll have countless people reading it and they'll correct your understanding if you're wrong, or you may meet new friends or find jobs. Like, the best way to get a job, I think, is to put yourself out there and you'll be surprised at who ends up reading it.
Yeah. Having your own GitHub can take you places.
Yeah.
So that's it. I think we ended this AMEA. How do you feel, Ipsec?
Feel good. How about yourself?
I'm feeling good. We are here streaming almost 5 hours live. Also, my sneezing almost went away. And I'm excited that we did this summer. Did you enjoy it?
Yeah.
It wasn't that scary.
No.
Perfect. Okay, so thank everyone that was in the stream. Any tip for the players tomorrow that the CTF is starting?
Just stick with it. Find some people that you enjoy talking to and take things slow. And don't forget to take breaks, go out for a walk, do other things. Don't just sit at your computer the whole 24 hours because you need some time away to do some critical thinking, I think.
Yeah. And the CTF is for 5 days. So you have the time. And what you said, to find more people, we have also in Discord, find Cyber Apocalypse 2022, find a team. It's actually the most engaged channel of the past month. So make sure to go there in order to enhance your team because there are many people. So you can say, we are a team of these people and we need this. Do you have anyone that wants to join our team? So make sure to go there because as you've said, you can maybe meet your new best friends or meet cool people. So make sure to join it.
Yep. Thank you, everyone, for joining.
Bye. Bye, Ipsec. Thank you very much.
Take care.
And that was it. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining. We don't take it for granted. It was, I think, one of the most maybe successful lives in terms, not only from people, but also from engagement. Thank everyone from the people within the company that made time to create these presentations and made time also to be here because I know it's not always easy. Thank you, all of you, for being here. We don't take it for granted, as I always say. Make sure to leave us feedback, other content that you would like to see from Hack the Box in YouTube or in our main platform or anything. And make sure to join tomorrow the biggest and the most amazing CTF that was created. Okay, I know I say many good things about our CTF, but tell me, do many CTFs has this amazing storyline? Of course, there is the Sans one that you go through, like I play it almost every year, but it's different. It's very cyber, very gamified. It has a storyline. You don't know what is going to happen. Many characters. It's almost like watching a movie. So thank you very much, everyone. The talks are going to be hosted and then also updated individually, so you can, whenever you type something like Kubernetes 101, the video will show up. And of course, the video of IPSEC, will be uploaded also separately, so with timestamps, so you can find again his tips again and again. So thank you all. Have an amazing rest of the day, and I'm going to leave the song as much as possible as I can in order to take it all in and love it. Thank you. I cannot wait for tomorrow. Fingers crossed, everything will be perfect. And see you all later. Bye, guys.